How you doing, Kevin? How do I sound? Yes. Thank you.
I would like to ask all legislators to join us in the chambers. We'd like to get started as soon as possible. I'm going to call the meeting of the Nassau County Legislature to order. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as Minority Leader Abrahams leads us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. A lot of familiar faces. I haven't been here in a while, but it's been a great honor to lead in the pledge. Please cover your heart and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right. Mr. Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Roll call, June 28th. Deputy Presiding Officer Howard Copel. Here. Alternate Presiding Officer Denise Ford. Here. Thank you. Legislator Sela Bino. Here. Legislator Carrier Salage.
Here.
Legislator Deborah Muley.
Here.
Thank you. Legislator C. William Gaylor III.
Present.
Thank you. Legislator Vincent Muscarella. We'll come back. Legislator Ellen Birnbaum. Legislator Delia DeRigi Witten. Legislator James Kennedy. Legislator Thomas McKevitt. Thank you. Legislator Laura Schaefer. Legislator John Ferretti. Legislator Arnold Drucker. Legislator Rosemarie Walker. Legislator Joshua Lafazan. Thank you. Legislator Stephen Rhodes. Minority Leader Kavan Abrahams. Presiding Officer Richard Nicolello.
Here.
And Vincent Muscarella.
He's away.
Okay. We have a quorum, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. As another sign that things are getting back to normal, we're going to be resuming a tradition we have here of honoring our top cops each month at our legislative meetings. And today we have three honorees, police officers from the 1st Precinct. I would ask Legislator Steve Rhodes to introduce our top cops. Actually, let me withdraw that. I invite them up. I'm not sure who is here from the Police Benevolent Association to do the presentation, but I'd invite you to come and do that.
Kevin Mullock, the Chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Nassau County Police Benevolent Association. James McDermott wasn't able to make it today, so I'm honored to present the top cops for June of 2021. On March 25th, 2021, at approximately 1600 hours, 1st Precinct officers Ryan Phillips, Patrick McGrath, and Joseph Tuffarelli were assigned to patrol within the confines of Wantor when they were assigned to a call for an emotionally disturbed person. The complainant, a social worker, called 911, stating that he received a phone call from an emotionally distressed male who expressed intent to harm himself. The subject also stated that he intended to also harm responding officers. Upon their arrival, officers made contact with the subject via department-issued cell phone. They explained to the subject that they were there to help him. The subject agreed to come outside with his hands in the air to ensure the safety of everyone involved. But when the subject exited the home, officers immediately observed the subject was armed with a large hunting knife in his right hand. The subject refused multiple verbal commands to drop the knife. The subject then walked towards the officers with the large hunting knife. Officers retreated in an attempt to maintain a safe distance from the subject. Officers Phillips and McGrath pointed their tasers at the subject while continuing to give verbal commands. The subject continued to walk towards the officers, ignoring the verbal commands and ignoring their verbal commands to drop the knife. At this time, Officer McGrath deployed his taser at the subject, but the taser was not effective. Officer Phillips deployed the taser successfully, incapacitating the subject and allowing Officer Tuffarelli to take the subject into custody without further incident. The subject was then transported to a mental health facility so he could receive the help that he needed. Due to their quick and excellent tactics, the officers were able to take the subject into custody without further incident or injury. At a serious risk to their own personal safety, the officers were able to defuse a violent situation. The PBA is proud to name police officers Ryan Phillips, Patrick McGrath, and Joseph Tuffarelli as its legislative top cops for June of 2021.
First of all, it's great to see everybody back and back up here when discussing good, positive stories done by our men and women in law enforcement. All the tools that you give them, all the resources and support that you give them is why that was a successful conclusion. The training that we now do about de-escalation, our new mental health crisis response that is underway, and the process is about keeping and making sure that we get those that need it treatment, not prison, treatment. And that's what we've been doing, and the officers did an outstanding job using the tactics that they were taught in the police academy. So, again, it's a thanks to all of you for supporting us and making sure that we have the tools to do that job, and it's a thanks to the training that they get at the academy, and we now have our new building and our new class up and running, but it's also thanks to the bravery of the three men that stand behind me for what they did that night, taking the time to respect the life of another and then using the proper tools that were given to them. So a great, successful conclusion. So congratulations to them, and again, thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Ryan Phillips. I would just like to thank, well, this is a great honor to be here right now. I'd like to thank the Nassau County legislators, the PBA, and the President James McDermott, Police Commissioner Ryder. This is a great honor, and it's really nice to get the recognition from all of you. Thank you.
It's all yours, sir.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. And I just want to say, I am so happy that you're here today and that we're back in a position where we can again celebrate the remarkable achievements and accomplishments of so many of the outstanding police officers that we have here in the Nassau County Police Department. One of the most discouraging things that we've seen over the course of the last year is that there are elements in society that are attempting to turn our police officers who are out there to protect and serve the public every day into public enemies instead of the public heroes that they are. And every profession has those individuals who don't live up to those ideals. But the vast majority, 99%, almost completely, are police officers like yourselves that are out there doing the job every single day, putting their own lives at risk to help save lives and to help keep people safe and to protect our communities. And so, you know, getting back to legislative top cops as a legislature gives us the opportunity to do something that you won't see on the front page of Newsday or the Daily News. That is celebrate those accomplishments. Say thanks to our police officers that do such a tremendous job. And this is a beautiful example of exactly what we're talking about. You know, here you are, presented with someone who wanted to take your lives. And instead of reacting to that situation negatively, you relied upon your training. You relied upon your discretion. You relied upon your heroism and your judgment to take a step back, right? When somebody came after you with a knife, you retreated to maintain a safe distance. When he wouldn't drop the knife, instead of going for a gun, you went for a taser, which is the training that you received, making, again, the right decision to preserve and protect the life of somebody who was perfectly willing to take yours. But you used discretion to save his life, get that individual the help that he needed, and at the same time protect the public from someone who was emotionally disturbed and dangerous not only to himself, but to the community around him. And these are the types of actions that go on every single day, not just here in the Nassau County Police Department, but in police departments all across the country. These are the things that we should be talking about. And yes, absolutely, we had an involved and appropriate discussion about reforms and ways that we can do things better. But we should never forget that there are people out there who wear the uniform of our county and wear police uniforms, law enforcement uniforms all across the country, who are out there doing their very best, putting their lives on the line to keep us safe. That's the thing that we need to keep in mind and we need to celebrate. And Officer Phillips, Officer McGrath, and Officer Tuffarelli, I want to say on behalf of the county legislature and on behalf of the people in Nassau County, thank you for your heroism. And thank you for what you did, not only to save this life, but to save countless others, potentially, from someone who is truly dangerous and get them the help that they needed. So God bless you for what you do every single day, and God bless all of our Nassau County police officers for the tremendous job that they do in keeping us safe.
Okay, would anyone else like to add anything? If not, we'd be honored if you join us up in the well, and we'll take a photograph with the presentation of the citation. Yeah. All right, next is the public comment portion of our meeting. I would like to invite Brian Sullivan, the president of the Nassau County Correction Officers Benevolent Association.
Good afternoon, everyone. Give everybody a chance to get settled after that. Very nice event, nice ceremony. Obviously, that was a great event for the police department. I'm glad to see that. I plan to do something similar in the future with our correction officers. I'm Brian Sullivan, president of the Nassau County Correction Officers Benevolent Association, for the record. Before I get started on a thing I want to speak to about the capital plan, the capital budget, I can't help myself with the commissioner speaking about training and de-escalation techniques and mental health training. Wow, what a concept. I wonder what that's like. But that's for another budget meeting. I'm here representing Nassau County Correction Officers, and I'm here, as I said, to speak on the capital plan. I have stood and spoken here on countless occasions regarding the infrastructure problems we face at the correctional facility: crumbling buildings, numerous electrical and plumbing problems, locksmithing issues, HVAC, lighting, mold, dilapidated vehicles, etc. I've also spoken here numerous times about the jail master plan, usually a 6-year jail master plan that's designed to alleviate and correct all of these issues. I've had several meetings with the last several jail administrations. Plans have been discussed, pie-in-the-sky ideas of building chilled water plants to use for air conditioning and heating, putting up new buildings, etc. They're all great ideas, but they're all fantasies. None of that's ever happening anytime soon at the jail because nobody wants to invest in correctional facilities. We currently have an architectural design firm, after years of discussion, touring our facilities, doing an overview of our place, along with a firm that reviews criminal justice initiatives and alternatives, etc. This same group actually are the same ones who did the studies of closing Rikers Island in the city and building high-rise borough-based alternatives with boutique shops and restaurants below them. Why we're exploring these avenues is a mystery to me, because that's another fantasy. It's not happening here. It's certainly not going to be happening in New York City anytime soon. I fought for years to get our HVAC issues fixed in our facility, all while new precincts were built in Nassau County, parks were rebuilt, a new social services building is built, and as we spoke of in last year's budget meeting, a new property building is being built for the police department, along with the training academy that we're involved with. It took years to address our major HVAC issues: heating, venting, and ventilation and air conditioning. Many were finally completed, so our staff didn't have to work in a correctional environment in stifling heat, but we still have over 60 air conditioning units that are still in need of replacement in many areas of our facility. Like every year in budgets, from our perspective, the police department asks for dollars and they get it. They deserve it. They deserve every penny they get. We ask for pennies and we get salt. Going back through the entire Sposato administration, as continues now, we cannot get our infrastructure problems adequately addressed or lined up no matter what we do. And I'm not sure what we need to do to get these things rolling, as we see new buildings, initiatives being done all around the county. We all know no one wants to invest money into correctional facilities, especially in today's climate, with so many of our elected leaders in the state looking to release dangerous criminals loose on the public every day and put the criminal justice system out of business. But you know what? This is also a social issue inside our jails. Before, it used to be, who wants to make criminals and our jails comfortable? We don't need to put money into our jails. Let's just pay the salaries and what it needs to run them. But it's much more than that. Environment dictates safety in our facilities. Heat creates tension, neglect creates liability, and security risks, severe security risks. Please remember, and I know everyone here does, but I want to say it for the record, that we have over 1,000 of our Nassau County employees working in these dilapidated buildings that have numerous safety and security concerns, particularly since now we're only housing the worst of the worst inmates, because through bail reform, the lesser crimes, some of them not so lesser, are released out onto the streets. I know not everything is going to get fixed at once. Look how long it's taken us to get issues addressed that I spoke of, like the ACs, vehicles that were finally purchased after years of neglect and debate. We continue to have vehicle fleet problems that create safety and security concerns. The issue is, where do we start? I just want to read you a quick, if you'll give me a few moments, if you'll indulge me. Facility capital repairs that are at the top of the list. There are several others, but at the top of the list, our 832 building, which is named because it has 832 cells in it. Copper lines for domestic water lines are currently being held together with clamps and rubber gaskets due to inferior copper installation. Waterproofing in BD in the 832 building, the inability to maintain temperatures. There is a 70-year-old hot water tank that hasn't been replaced in our B building, 70 years old. Number one on the list is the 832 building roof. Currently, roofing is 15 years old, pending Department of Public Works resolution. I'll get into that in a second. There is fencing that separates us from the old folks' home in the Knolls. That fencing was installed in 1992. It's outlived its useful life and is now a security concern. Senior citizens living next door to the jail. As I spoke about HVAC, a fire alarm upgrade. We are at end of life on computers and nodes that was submitted in 2014. We're unable to service all of the troubles in our fire alarm systems. Community sirens to restore community alerts for the surrounding areas haven't been replaced. Parking lot, things like that, we need top codes. Additionally, from our logistical support unit itself, if you'll allow me, we used to have, back in the year 2000, 68 mechanics working in the jail. We currently have 20 people in our logistical support unit, of which 14 are actual mechanics that are trained mechanics. We have over 2,000 toilets and showers to maintain. We currently have 150 cells out of service in the plumbing field and HVAC. Due to us having no one working in the HVAC field on staff, we have to utilize outside contractors on almost a daily basis. The next trade of importance is electricians. We have 3 who are on extended leave due to injuries. One's been here for 40 years, is going to soon retire. That leaves us currently with 1. In a facility of this size, people like electricians are indispensable during especially extreme weather-related events. The jail currently, and for the last couple of years, has no locksmiths. How many locks and keys do you think are in a correctional facility? We have no actual certified locksmiths on staff at the correctional facility. We have other maintenance men that just make do. The importance of maintaining mechanics on the correctional center is extremely urgent. And not only do they provide mechanical things, electrical, plumbing, because they also are responsible for removing snow, doing laundry for the inmates, supplies, grounds, etc. County has over 160 vehicles in our fleet. We currently have 2 garage mechanics, one of which who is out on extended leave. Lastly, we have no welders. The jail is full of bars, full of metal, full of everything like that, and we don't have any welders on staff. With this said, all of these things need to be prioritized. They have been prioritized. The mantra here for years and years has been no money, no money, no money. Plus, we're behind the walls, so who sees it? So the only one ranting and raving is me here with an appointed sheriff. He can't stand up here and rant and rave like I do and bring attention to what people don't see behind the scenes. So unfortunately, that job falls to me. With it said, I have to bring special attention to the roofing issue. Our 832 building is in dire need of replacement. Not repair, replacement. It's 15 years old, and through our investigation, wasn't done correctly by the vendor 15 years ago. We currently have Department of Public Works sending 2-man teams with what amounts to caulking guns trying to plug holes in the roof and the facade. It's the biggest waste of time I've ever seen. We're spitting in the wind with this roof. I actually have a video that I'm going to send you of the roof that is actually flapping in the breeze that was patched about a year. It goes back to 2019. It was patched. It's never been replaced yet. One of those Flex Seal kind of deals, and put it down. The roof was actually flapping. So that's still there. That roof is still there. It was tacked down. So you can imagine what it's like now in 2021. Additionally, when the previous administration replaced the AC units, they simply went over the current compromised roof, creating more roofing problems. Everything is done backwards here because it's all done on an emergency basis. Reading some highlights of previous capital plans, if you'll indulge me quickly. The 2020 to 2022 out-year capital improvement plan talks about projects to provide body scanners. There was $800,000 that was allocated for body scanners. That ended up with our fiscal problems before. That money disappeared, and our department actually went a different route to buy different types of body scanners, which were bought, and it was actually done in a much better fashion. What happened to that $800,000? I have no idea. We talk about the jail 6-year master plan supporting the rehabilitation of the Nassau County Correctional Center for current day and future needs. Key objectives are to reduce the amount of maintenance as well as properly address deficiencies and repairs. That's 2020 to 2022. 2014 to 2016. We talk about a capital plan for which the initial focus will be to rehabilitate portions of Cell Block A for housing inmates. I have no idea what Cell Block A referred to back then. We have an A building that hasn't housed any inmates since 1993. After this is complete, evaluations will be made assessing additional needs of the facility. And here I am again. We go back to the 2007 capital budget. The correctional center projects include a jail 6-year master plan. That seems to come up every year. Kitchen retrofits, vehicle reimbursement, things like that. We talk yearly about the jail 6-year master plan, but nothing ever seems to get done unless it's done on an emergency basis. There's one thing I would like to see accomplished with this round of capital budget hearings is to establish performance bars, timelines. I want to see dates nailed down for these projects to commence. No more generalized statements that the listed projects are part of a capital plan that we're exploring. As you can see, obviously, the jail 6-year master plan goes back at least to 2004 and earlier. The only capital expenditures that occur here are emergency expenditures. Does anybody remember the Muffin Monsters from last year? We joked about the name. Muffin Monsters sewage treatment choppers that are in the buildings. Years of neglect that caused the shutdown of one of our main buildings because we didn't address this long-foreseen and long-discussed sewage problem. The building had to be shut down. All of our inmates had to be moved to the other side of the facility so we could replace sewage treatment grinders that gave out after 20 years. They just could not be fixed anymore. That all had to be done on an emergency basis. With roofs falling in on our heads, the main focus of the previous administration was to have inmate visitor shelters installed. That was done. Thank God we have visitor shelters so the visitors to our facility can step in out of the rain. The only problem is it continues to rain inside our buildings when it's raining outside because the roofs are all compromised. There is a daily death rattle screaming from our plumbing and electrical issues. Our computers and IT issues are a disaster. And once again, we don't have a locksmith in a correctional facility. We make do instead. What make do means I have no idea. What happens when we need a locksmith in an emergency situation? Hope the electrician can fix it? That's not a good mix inside a correctional facility. Excuse me. Safety and security, since the day I started here, is the buzzword. Safety and security, safety and security, safety and security. None of that can be accomplished if the buildings are falling down over our heads and the can is continually kicked down the road. My number one priority here, again, is please help us fix the roof in the 832 building. Slip and fall hazards, officers running into dorms where inmates are fighting. We have to separate them, and we're running through puddles of rainwater inside our dormitories. It's insane that we have to deal with this year in and year out. I appreciate the time. I'll take any questions if anybody has any.
Well, thank you, Brian, and we appreciate your repeated visits here to make us aware of what's happening at the correctional facility. As you know, we I think at your instance, toured the facility a couple of years ago, so we firsthand witnessed some of the defects that you're discussing today. I do remember in 2018, the minority leader, myself, and members of the administration went to your offices to talk about remedying some of these issues. And in particular, the subject of the master plan came up and was repeatedly the answer as to what we're going to do going forward. And here we are almost 3 years later, and there's been very little movement.
Right.
As you know, we held up the capital plan because of these issues, and we have commitments now for the administration on the 832 building to get that roof replaced in a timely fashion. But you're right. We have to insist on timelines going forward for when this design work is going to be done, and we intend to stay on top of this until those conditions are upgraded as our fine employees have a right to be working in. So we will stay on top of this.
I appreciate it, Legislator Nicolello, and it's funny because I've said it here before a couple of times that I'm usually here advocating to hire correction officers. That's something that I'll do again at the budget hearings in October. But I'm also here. It's funny, I don't represent CSEA employees, and I'm here trying to advocate to hire CSEA employees in another union so we have a safe and secure facility here. But I appreciate the time. Thank you very much. Anybody else?
Legislator Ford, and then Legislator Dirigi-Whitten.
Good afternoon, Brian. Thank you very much. And I guess it's, and I agree with the presiding officer, that we will make sure that that roof gets replaced because we have to start these projects and make sure we follow them through and start with a better plan so that we're not doing everything by emergency, because I agree that it does create an unsafe condition. And considering the fact that when you talk about the fence being so old and then you have elderly, and because of bail reform, we only have the most egregious of criminals that are basically living now in the Nassau Correctional Facility. So we need to truly address this. We will be having a public hearing on this, a public safety hearing on this, probably within the next 3 weeks.
Right.
I intend, though, and I'm going to ask if you would then take me on a tour through the jail to highlight prior to this hearing a lot of the grievances that you brought up in regard to the buildings, the conditions, and stuff like that. I even have a concern as well, even when we talk about the vehicles, because as I understand, I don't know where we are with all of the vehicles, if they are all up to date, because I know that these are the very same vehicles that we use to transport our adolescent offenders, so, it just seems to be a lot of patchwork type of stuff, and I understand that the sheriff really can't get up here and complain, but I really would like to see him get up here and tell us, what he's going to do to start correcting a lot of these issues, because, we thought 3 years ago they started working on all this stuff, and obviously they haven't. And I think that we need to address it specifically. And I know that in the past, Jerry Laracuda had talked about the locksmiths, that you have special type of locks for the jail cells and stuff like that. So this is something that we really, we're back. The pandemic is over, we're back. And
I sat
we'll
here
make
and
sure we're
did a
not
whole
gonna stop.
presentation about our vehicles, 2 years ago, whatever, and it was very eye-opening, and since then, maybe I just have to keep coming here and doing that type of stuff, because a lot of our vehicles were replaced. We still have several that need to be replaced, but it's amazing when you expose some of the issues that are there, that action comes around.
And I'm also concerned about the number of employees that we have there. I think that, I always advocate, for more, because I think you need it a lot of times, and I'm sure you're aware, you might have officers that have to work overtime. They might be doing
there's a lot
double
of
shifts or
overtime
whatever, or something happens.
Yep.
And it's, as much as it's nice when people say, oh, well, they're making money, but sometimes they just don't, they want to go home.
You can't go home.
Yeah, they
Right.
can't. And that's a sad fact. So, but we will do whatever we can. I will reach out to you this afternoon, and we'll set up a tour, and then we'll schedule the public safety hearing. Okay?
Thank you.
Legislator Reggie Whitten, and then Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you. Thanks for coming down. I know it is a hassle, but it does keep us informed, and I appreciate it. So where are we with the vehicles? Because I know there was $1 million put in at one point under the prior administration, and I know that some of that wasn't spent. And then I'm understanding another $318,000 for sheriff vehicles are also part of this capital.
I believe that's going forward. The one thing that I say here every year is that we had to pull out $1 million to buy several vehicles, and we did buy several vehicles, patrol vehicles, transportation vehicles. Our medical unit is in dire need of vehicles, stuff like that. But if you have some older vehicles, if you have, in the past it was $250,000 a year that was allocated for our transportation budget, that gets eaten up with maintenance. Gets
Right,
eaten
so-
up with a lot of maintenance, a lot of repairs on older vehicles, so you're not buying new vehicles with that.
So with the 1.3, though, were you able to?
We did buy several vehicles, and like I said, after that last presentation that I gave here, it took, I believe, at least 2 rounds to get the orders done right, because they always kick back an order if something isn't in the comma isn't in the right place.
Right.
But we did get we did get several new patrol vehicles, transportation vehicles, but we still need more. And I believe there are numerous old Crown Vics that are still being used by many of our people that aren't even in production anymore. And it's very expensive to keep things like that up and running, and they all need to be replaced.
All right. So the 300,000 that's coming now, 313 or something. Do you have that allocated? Because I think last time what happened, unfortunately, was, like you said, it just seemed to sit for a long time. So
I can guarantee almost all of that is allocated for repairs and upkeep.
Really?
That's not going to be for the purchase of new vehicles.
$318,000 for repairs for cars? Wow.
I'll double check that for you, but that's what's gone on in the past. When you have $250,000 in there, that's kept on the side for repairs and upkeep and maintenance.
All right, and just check on the million too, because the last time we met, there was, I think, only, I don't want to say the wrong number because I don't recall exactly, but there wasn't a very big percentage of that was spent.
That was spent, yeah.
So let's just see what's left, and let's see what we can do to move it forward. And the $2 million that you're getting today, hopefully, do you have that allocated in your mind, or like what you want to do with that? Like I know you said your priority is the roof.
My
I know it's
priority
probably
is the
not
roof,
enough.
and we don't have a price for the roof. All of the stuff that the backup information that I've gotten is it's we're up there just filling things with
Right.
little cans and caulking guns and things like that. We need to find exactly what it's going to cost. DPW, I'm sure, would have that because there's been studies done before, but I haven't been given a number, and I don't know whether $2 million is going to cover that for the 832.
All right, well, just keep us, even via email, advised, because
I
I'm
will.
hoping, I felt good when I saw some of these numbers, especially for the vehicles. I thought we were
Right.
making strides, but you're the one that
But
kind of
if we
has
don't
to.
keep a rolling
I
system
agree.
going,
And I'd also like to attend either with Legislator Ford, or if
By
you
all
want to
means.
do it, however you would like to do it, I'm always available.
sounds good.
Legislator Rhodes?
I was curious if we happen to have anybody here from the administration that could give us an update on the roof replacement over at the jail, since that obviously is an important issue.
I think Ken Arnold is participating online. I see his symbol up there.
Yes, Ken Arnold. So the question's on the 832 roof?
Yes.
So the 832 roof, we initiated with our requirements contract emergency work to patch the roof while we're waiting for our new consultant, Lero, who recently started to do a evaluation and an immediate redesign of the roofing system on the building. The roofing system on the building is already complicated because the amount of equipment that sits on that roof, and that is why it's always had issues with water infiltration. During our patching work, we actually found locations where some of the dog houses on top of the roof were missing pieces, which was causing a lot of water infiltration. So we've been addressing that. Lero has started their work, and their first task is to get us a plan on how to seal the roof and replace it. And then they'll be looking at the rest of the building, which includes the hot and water piping and various other issues that we've discussed with the correction facility staff of what we need to address.
And Commissioner Arnold, do we have a timetable for when we would expect these various phases to be completed?
I need to sit with Lero and get a timetable. They're just finishing the evaluation of their roof this summer, so I need to sit down with them and get a timetable based on what they're recommending, the amount of work that this will require.
Is it
And this,
is that something that you're going to need to wait until they do their evaluation to create a timetable, or is this something we might be able to get in advance of our public safety hearing?
I need to speak with them and see where they are in their process, and then I can know once I get back next week exactly where they are, and then I can tell you if I can produce a time frame, or do we need a little more time to put that together.
Because let's try and push them if we can, because this has already taken far longer than I think anybody really would reasonably have expected.
Understood. The contract took much longer to get through than we wanted to. We did put a retroactive start date in the contract halfway through that process because I knew this was going to be an issue. So they did start, I think it was not June 1st, I think it was a little earlier than that to get this up and running, and which is also why I brought my requirements contractor out there to do something immediately to stop the leaks as much as possible as we could.
Thanks, Commissioner Arnold.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions or comments? I think we're good, Brian. Thank you very much.
I'll see you at the hearing. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Next speaker is Doreen Dunn.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Doreen Dunn. I am the Executive Director for Long Island for Girls on the Run. We are a national nonprofit. And I'm here because this type of programming, as I'm going to explain, is so important in any year, but now more so than ever after we've come off such a crazy year and a crazy time in all of our lives. Girls on the Run is an after-school program for girls in grades 3 through 8 that uses a curriculum of lessons and a social-emotional learning lessons. And we integrate fun movement activities and running, of course, and goal setting, and the girls ultimately complete an end-of-season 5K at the end of the season, which typically is held right over here at Hofstra University. They've been our partner for a number of years. Girls on the Run has been around for 25 years. We've only been on Long Island in Nassau County since fall of 2012, and then only since 2016 in Suffolk County. And Long Island's a long island, and there's a lot of opportunity for girls in this age group. So what we hope to do in our program is to get girls at a young age and provide these tools and strategies during their formative years. The lessons cover things such as managing their emotions, self-talk matters, what we say in our heads and out loud matters. As adults, I think that's relevant as well. And each lesson is reinforced with, like I said, running. So we really want to get a lifetime appreciation of fitness, activity, and instill these really important tools and strategies. So we rely on volunteers to mentor our young girls in our communities. We have scholarship sites that are fully funded by thanks to donors and sponsorships. But the goal here, and the reason why I'm here, is just to really raise awareness of this type of programming, because it's just so crucial that girls are given this opportunity for after-school programming that really means something. And it's not a competitive program. It's accessible to all athletic abilities. Even if someone is disabled mentally or physical, we have adaptations in our programming to accomplish that. But it really gives kids an opportunity to belong to a part of a team when we live in such a competitive culture. So it's a place that they really can belong and come and just be with their peers and grow as humans in a really young age as they're approaching those middle school ages. So, like I said, I'm just here to really grow awareness. I would love to work with you on, it's so nice to have you all in one place, excuse me, and just work in developing, especially with a particular focus on underserved communities. That's a real big drive of my own, is a lot of districts, as you know, didn't have after-school programming or clubs or recreational activities this past year. It was hard enough to get in-person school. So it's really a big charge of mine to bring this program to more underdeveloped communities so that these girls will have some place to go and belong, and then to celebrate the 5K at the end of the season. We have 2 seasons a year. So we have a spring season that goes March through June. The girls meet twice a week for an hour and a half. So it's a very comprehensive program. And then we also have a fall season that meets September through December. And then we also, our office, we just moved into Eisenhower Park. I saw a few of you there at our ribbon cutting ceremony, very exciting. We'll host a small summer session at Eisenhower Park this summer. So we hope to see it grow on Long Island. We do have many school districts, but it doesn't have to be at a school district. So we look for partnerships at parks and other opportunities for us to really develop this program. So I really appreciate your time and for you listening. And if you have any questions, otherwise I would love to just reach out by email. And if anybody's interested in speaking to me one-on-one, I can go on and on about Girls on the Run, more than 5 minutes. But I really appreciate your time and giving me this opportunity to share more about this nonprofit.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dunn. I think Legislator Schaefer has a
Hi.
question.
Hi.
Thank you so much for coming and talking about it. I remember my niece was involved many years ago in New Jersey, so I think it was before you were here. I've heard a lot about the group, and I think it's a great organization. So you said you were going to email us. I just wanted to basically ask you to do that so that we could have your contact info and get involved to whatever extent we can.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Yeah, we're all over the country. We're even have, we're in every single state. So there's different concentrations. Obviously, it's been around for so long, but that's usually how people hear about it, is from relatives and friends in different states. So thank you so much.
You got it. Thank you.
Okay.
All right,
Thank you again for
very
your
much.
time.
Pearl Jacobs.
Good afternoon, everyone, and congratulations to our top cops. I would hope that Commissioner Ryder has the unwavering support of this entire legislative body. The majority of the times that I speak on behalf of the Nostrand Garden Civic Association in Uniondale. Today, I speak as a tax-paying resident. I frequently speak regarding issues of our minority communities being highly taxed and underserved here in Nassau County, where we pay some of the highest taxes in the nation, and there is minimal investment in our communities. However, our tax monies that are allocated for the Nassau County Police Department, I do not complain about. Our community of Uniondale is served and protected. I would shudder to think what our quality of life would be like if we did not have the outstanding police department that we do. The comment that Commissioner Ryder made concerning the low diversity recruitment numbers in Nassau County was not said with any malice or ill intent. Over the past several years, I have attended numerous diversity recruitment community meetings in Uniondale, Roosevelt, and Elmont, attended by Commissioner Ryder and his administrative team. No commissioner has worked harder than Commissioner Ryder in an effort to improve diversity recruitment numbers within the Nassau County Police Department. I can certainly attest to this. Our community has and will continue to support Nassau County Police Department diversity recruitment efforts with outreach efforts, yet diversity recruitment efforts remain low. The root cause of these diversity recruitment numbers is attributed to a long-standing system of systematic racism in our country that has been allowed to fester generation after generation. The social injustice that many African Americans have suffered in this country for generations lends to the mistrust and apprehension of this current generation. Commissioner Ryder's actions, community connections, outreach, and support to minority communities has demonstrated that he is a leader that not just talks the talk. He is a man of action, because a person's words means nothing when their actions are the complete opposite. As a county, we would continue to be better served by a leader with vision, empathy, commitment, and a humble nature to apologize when one makes a mistake, as we all make mistakes. Commissioner Ryder, thank you for your leadership, your protection, and dedication to all residents of Nassau County, now and for many years to come, God's willing. Now a word to my legislative body. We all see what's happening in New York City, which is just a 40-minute ride from Nassau County. It's a sad and scary state of affairs. Gun violence every day. Children cannot play freely due to random shootings. Violence in the subways. Elderly men and women being violently attacked and mugged. Fireworks being mistaken for gunshots. Indecent exposure and defecation on city streets. Racing cars and motorcycles on residential streets and in parks. Noise pollution, and not to mention the out-of-control sanitation issues where there is litter everywhere. People are leaving in droves because of this extreme downturn in the quality of life in New York City. Quality of life is the foundation for every community. In my opinion, this sad and disturbing downturn is attributed to a severe lack of leadership and a lack of support and respect for the police. Here in Nassau County, we're experiencing some of the same deterioration of quality of life that is currently in New York City. I think we're being tested as a county. You, as the legislative body, along with community support, are essential in assisting our police department. The use of technology would be of great assist to law enforcement, as our police cannot be everywhere. New York City got one thing right. That was Vision Zero, putting lives before votes. Let's Nassau County put our lives before votes. Statistics prove that crime is reduced by 20% in areas where cameras are located. As a civic president, I have advocated for cameras in Uniondale, yet I am still waiting for these cameras. As police cannot be everywhere, technology can add assistance and support, and most of all, save lives. I am pleased that our police are already or soon will be wearing cameras, as this technology will be beneficial to both the suspect and the officers. Legislator Abrahams, I have a question. Most recent improvements I see on Westbury Avenue and America Avenue, south of the Southern State, they look beautiful with the new repaving, just like Salisbury Park Drive. These roads were in fair to good condition prior to their repaving. Question, is Jerusalem Avenue, a roadway that is currently in poor to fair condition, still on the capital improvement calendar for repair this fall, as you stated at the April 26th legislative meeting?
Yes.
And this fall?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know which month?
The fall.
The fall in general. Okay, so what we've done before, we say November?
I'm not going to say that. I said the fall.
The fall. Okay,
Yes.
so when the
I
fall
answered your
ends, I
question.
hope that it would
Yes.
start.
Yes.
Okay, I did see today, I don't know, it might be a police report on it, the bridge on the Meadowbrook Parkway, coming off of Jerusalem Avenue, that overpass. There was a car that lost its axle. I was going to stop and take a picture, but the traffic was too bad. So there was another accident there today. Well, I'm sorry, not an accident, but he lost his axle. Okay?
The accident was contributed to the road?
Yes, it was.
How do you know that?
Because I saw he came over and he ran over to that, he was sitting over there. I asked him, he said it was ran over to the bump. It was a low car, it was a sports car. And he lost his front left axle. And his front left wheel was that way.
So it was a one-car accident?
It was a one-car incident.
One-car accident.
Okay?
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Juan Salas. Don't know if I have that correct or not.
Good afternoon. That's Ivan Salas. That's okay.
Oh, jeez.
Sorry,
Your eye looks like a J.
That's all right. That's all right. It's not, my handwriting is not that good. So I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Ivan Sales. I'm a small business owner of Rachel's Waterside Grill and the Nautical Mile in Freeport and Tropics on the Bayou. Former president of the Freeport Chamber of Commerce, current president of the Nautical Mile Merchants Association. I'm a small businessman, and if you add up all the other small business and men and women like me, like myself, we are actually the largest business in the United States. Unfortunately, we don't have one big voice like big business. We have a lot of little tiny voices that need to be heard. I want to talk about the CARES money that we have. Excuse me, I'm just flipping around with notes. I believe it's 63. Forgive me if my actual numbers are going to be wrong, but I'm hoping that you'll get the concept and the big picture. But it's my understanding we have about $62.9 million in CARES money. 20 million went to Nassau County, and 10 million of it's like a grant, and 10 million has been allocated for loans. I was the fourth commercial application to get Sandy money after my restaurant and home was destroyed, and I got my money 4 years later. I know that had nothing to do with Nassau County, but we're going to get to the point on that. I also applied for the restaurant grant in November and ended up getting it, I believe, in the first week of February. So my point is government is not famous for its speed, and the people in need the money now. And I was fortunate enough, excuse me, back to notes. I was able to beg, borrow, and steal to get my restaurant put back together, and it's ruined my credit, and it hasn't recovered since. I was fortunate. A lot of other businesses during this past pandemic are out of business, and that's evident by empty storefronts throughout Nassau County. I'm urging you to take this money and not use it for infrastructure, not use it for anything else. And for whatever reason, the powers that be have smiled on the restaurant industry, and we've gotten PPP money, grant money. And unfortunately, I have to use that for certain things like payroll, rent, mortgage. But what I can't use it for is to give it to the other small business owners, like my coffee guy, my bread guy, the linen company, who've suffered just as much as everybody else, but there's no grant specifically for them. For some reason, the powers that be decided just restaurants. So now Nassau County has the opportunity to give this money out, and I urge you to give it out in a very speedy fashion, so that we can help these people and get the help that they need directly. That's pretty much it. Oh, also, I'm not a man of words here. If anybody, I'd be more than happy to help any committee or volunteer my time on any committee or department to help expedite the distribution of these funds to the people who need it.
Thank you, Mr. Sales.
That's it.
Sure, let's the Reggie wait.
I just want you to know that prior to today, the funds were available for the Restaurant Recovery Act, as you mentioned, but going forward, we're going to have opportunities for all types of businesses, for small businesses. So that will help the people that give you supplies, as well as other businesses that did not have that opportunity under the Restaurant Recovery Act.
That's good. We applied through it to, I guess, the company, I hope you're not using it again, called Zoom Grants, which was horrendous. I think it took me about 6 hours sitting in front of the computer to fill out the application for the grant, because once you hit a button, you had to wait till the other 10,000 people, whatever, did it to. And it was just a horrendous system, and I hope we do something better.
I just want to mention, I was on the American Recovery Committee, so what we did to help this exact situation is we opened up an office in Eisenhower Park at Field 6. We have representatives there that are going to know about the federal grants, the state grants, and the county grants, all in one-stop shopping. You do have to go on our website, and it's Boost Nassau is the portal, but it's pretty simple to do. And you make an appointment, and you can go and meet with them, and they can walk you through everything and tell you exactly what you're eligible for.
Okay, I was more specifically, I know I brought up other things, but more specifically about the money that Nassau County has in its hands now that needs to be distributed as fast as it can to the people that need it.
We're going to do it today, hopefully. And
Awesome.
The other thing is, from what I'm understanding, there's less, you're less restricted with some of the money that's available at this point, but you have to ask them to get the clarification on that.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the legislature, thank you very much for hearing me. Have a great afternoon.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thomas Kaufman. I think he's in the back there.
Good afternoon, and thank you for taking the time to listen to me. I received this in the mail recently. This is about the gas tax, that you're against raising the tax on gas, sir. This is yours, right? Okay. So, I'm against taxes, but I'm really an environmentalist. And my major reason for being here today is to ask you what you're doing in regards to the environment, dealing with the situation that we're in right now. We have fires in Arizona, fires in California, fires in Australia, a major heat wave out west. We're experiencing some of that here. We know that climate change will make people move all over the world. They think 80 million people will be moving, and some of those people will probably be here on Long Island because of the rising levels of the sea. Do we have a plan for that on Long Island? Do we have a plan if we actually have to move? Now, I know, that people are concerned, the public is concerned with taxes and police protection and fire protection, and so am I. But if the climate is such a disaster, the police, the fire, the taxes, are they going to help us? Are they going to change the environment? I printed up something from The Guardian. It's about the stratosphere. And the stratosphere is shrinking. Do we know that? Do you have any idea? Actually, I'll hand out these copies afterwards. If we can't breathe and we can't drink the water and we don't have enough crops to feed ourselves, are we not in a serious situation? Nobody's going to answer. Okay. What are you doing about dealing with the climate change? Do you have any plan for the population on this island to deal with what's happening in the environment? And please don't tell me it's the government's responsibility. It's your responsibility. You're responsible for your constituents. There are people that are going to suffer massively due to this climate situation. What have you done in the last 3-4 years since you've been in office to deal with any of this? Silence. Does this mean nobody can answer me? I can't have a dialogue with somebody here? Somebody can't say, hey, we're doing this?
This is a 5-minute comment
I know it's
period.
5 minutes, but we can talk, can't we?
It's for you to make your comments, and then if we want to respond, we can, but it's basically for you to make your comments. It's not a dialogue.
Okay. So at the end of 5 minutes, we can talk?
At the end of 5 minutes, you're done. Anyone up here who wants to respond to you, they can. If not, then we're done. If you want to talk to me offline at some point, then I'd be happy to do so.
Okay, great. So, an idea. I mean, I'm driving around town and I see people in their cars texting with the windows rolled up and the engine running. This is adding to the pollution in the environment. What is Mineola going to do about that, or anybody in Nassau County going to do about that? I mean, they're finding people in San Francisco for being in their cars for more than 5 minutes with the engine running. They're also doing it in New York City. I have another question about recycling. I put my stuff out on the street every day, but I don't know where it goes, and I have a feeling that it's not actually being separated. Another issue of mine. Long Island Railroad is letting the trains sit on the tracks forever these last couple of weekends. Engines running. Why? Makes no sense. None at all. It's adding pollution to the environment. It's adding noise pollution. Even the drivers tell me it's the stupidest thing they've ever seen. Okay, you're not the Long Island Railroad. What are we going to do about the environment? That's really my question here. What can you guys do? Who's in charge here? Who's in charge for the air quality, the water quality, the food that we eat? Who makes sure that the children in the future of people behind me, your grandchildren, are going to be able to live in a healthy environment? Who's in charge of that here? You have committees. What committee is going to deal with any of this? I mean, all around us we see the problems. We know it. We're not stupid. You read the papers. You know what's happening. You know the climate's in danger. What are we going to do? I got 13 seconds. I'd love to talk to anybody here to plan something for the future. You have to have a plan. You just can't keep going blindly into the future. What is your plan? Anybody want to talk?
Thank you for your time, Mr. Kaufman.
Okay.
I could say this about the flyer I sent out, and I want to stand firmly. I'm going to make a statement and listen to you patiently for 5 minutes. I stand firmly against the proposal to raise gasoline taxes by 55 cents a gallon. I stand firmly against the proposal to raise home heating and cooling, the cost of home heating and cooling, which, according to one estimate, would be an increase of 26% increase in natural gas costs alone. This would raise $16 billion for the state government. However, in the time of us emerging from a pandemic, with gasoline prices already skyrocketing, with the economic fallout from that pandemic, with seniors on fixed incomes, people who are economically disadvantaged having difficulty putting food on the table, these proposals are a bad idea. So I sent the mailer out to my entire district informing people of the proposals and to contact their state legislators. I stand firmly behind that mailing, and as I said, I oppose those proposals. Now, fortunately, the state legislature has gone out of session, so it's unlikely that that's going to happen this year. But certainly, if we know anything by the last few years, the proposals such as cashless bail certainly could be brought up again next year. And the important part of sending mail out and letting your constituents know is oftentimes things happen in government that your constituents aren't aware of. So that, and I've had tremendous amount of positive feedback for that, but the concept of raising gasoline prices in this environment, raising the cost of heating your house or cooling your house is a terrible idea. So just so you understand.
I'm with you on that, okay, partially. But when people drive SUVs and let them sit there just burning the gas, wherever they are, and the bigger the car, the more gas. I mean, we know that SUVs put 20% more CO2 in the air. There's something that has to be done in order to cut down on that. If the gas tax does that with people, they take a much more serious responsibility about how much gas they burn. Great, but if they don't, this makes, when it hits them in the pocketbook, gee, maybe I shouldn't let my car run forever in the parking lot.
I mean, look, that's a point, but this is a regressive tax. So that person who's driving the Escalade or the Yukon
Suburban
probably has that wherewithal to pay for the extra costs. So what happens with a tax like this is the people who can least afford it get hit the hardest. So if you're driving an Escalade, you could probably pay 55 cents more a gallon. It's going to hurt a little bit, but the guy who's using his car to get to work, he's got to pay more to get paid gas. I mean, those are the people that get hurt by something like this.
I understand that. I really do understand that. That's what the Gilets jaunes, protested against in France, 2 years ago.
Right.
But there has to be something in order to deal with the environment and help us keep the air clean.
All right, look, I'd be happy to discuss this with you.
I'm ready.
You have my telephone number.
Please do.
Okay.
Can we have a meeting?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
We'll set something up. My
is
number's
there
on there,
is
my
there an
email address is on there,
environmental
so,
committee here?
what?
Is there an environmental committee here?
We have a committee called the Planning, Development, and Environment Committee. So we do have a committee that focuses on the environmental issues.
Will you invite me to that?
Yes. When there's meetings before, the items before us, hearings, we'll get you, make sure you're on the list.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody.
That concludes our public comment for today. So we're going to go into the legislative calendar. We're going to go a little bit out of order. We have the Commissioner of Police is here. I want to consider the item with respect to body cameras. We're going to consider that first, and then after that we'll do the college, because we have the president of the college here as well, and we'll get to the rest of the calendar. So we're going to start off with item number 26. It is a resolution approving an amendment via memorandum of understanding to the collective bargaining agreement between the County of Nassau and the Nassau County Police Benevolent Association. That is moved by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator Rhodes. The item is now before the full legislature, and I'll turn the floor over to you.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. So, kind of where we left off the last time we talked about is we've come into possession of several body cameras to conduct tests, both, Deputy Commissioner Kevin Smith, Nassau County Police Department. So we've come in possession of several cameras. These are to perform tests to see and make sure that they kind of perform as we expect. No reason to believe that they won't. But we're looking at things like battery life, durability of both the camera itself and the harnesses that keep the camera on the police officer, video performance, the uploading process, the downloading process, all things that are to be looked at. We expect the cameras to be introduced in the 8th precinct in September and parts of the 5th precinct as well. At that point, it will be kind of a test, if you will, to make sure that they behave in the field, as expected again, by the officers who are wearing them on a daily basis, 24 hours a day. We have a draft policy that we're working on. I know people were concerned about a draft. We do. We've had several policy meetings about it. We update the draft regularly. As I've stated, there are many facets of policing that are going to have to be looked at. We will mimic policies from other departments around the area, New York City being one of them, the IACP being another organization that basically sets policy on a lot of police issues around the country. It will, of course, be tailored to fit our needs for our particular work environment. As you know, we don't do certain procedural things the same way that New York City does. For instance, we relieve our offices in the field, not at a central location or a central station house. Training modules will have to be established as well, both for the people who are wearing the cameras, how to operate the camera, as well as protocol and policy, which will be stated in the draft. In addition, the people who are behind the scenes will have to be trained as well. A staff that will be accountable to our Intelligence Bureau, a specific body-worn camera unit, which will be manned by supervisors and intel analysts. They will be auditing the process as well and making sure, troubleshooting different situations that might arise as people begin to be accustomed to wearing these cameras, turning them on and off at the appropriate times and things of that nature, and to make sure that they are complying in the appropriate way. The video that's going to be ascertained from these cameras will obviously be used for a variety of things. The district attorney will probably receive a variety of camera footage for things such as discovery in criminal cases. We will be looking at video that will pertain to certain investigations that we will do, analyze complaints, or review circumstances surrounding different police activity. On the administrative end of the program, it is going to be maintained, as I said, by a staff. They too will have to be trained. The training will probably be more extensive in that they are going to be looking at most of the video from behind the scenes, as I said, in the Intel Bureau. They will also be responsible for training, for issuing new directives, for repairs or facilitating the repairs of the cameras as need be, upgrades as we go along, and video distribution, as I said, to the appropriate authorities that might need it, such as the District Attorney's Office, Attorney General, whatever the case may be. They will also be responsible for liaison with the District Attorney's Office, our internal ITU, other agencies as need be. The principal people behind helping us are GTAC, who manufactures the device itself, and Island Tech Services, which installs and maintains the working and the other upgrades that might be needed as we move on into this program.
I take it by you're stopping that you're opening things up to questions, correct?
I'm ready.
Okay. All right. The only question I had, and I'll let the rest of the legislators go, is in terms of turning the body camera on and off.
How?
Obviously, there'll be a protocol for when
Right.
officers do that, correct?
When the officer puts the camera on, he has to engage it to work, all right, to be powered on. All right, he does that by pressing a button. Now it's in a standby mode. All right, when it's time to actually record, if he's having a conversation with someone, or he's about to have a conversation with someone, or he's going on a call, he engages by pressing it for like 1 second. It's like basically pressing it and going like 1 Mississippi, that type of thing. And the camera engages. All right, to shut it off, he does the same thing, but he counts 3, and then it will go off.
Now, in terms of when they actually do that, when they activate the cameras, that will be determined by protocol and policy of the police, of the department. Obviously, you mentioned interactions, calls.
That's right.
So
Calls for service, those type of things. He'll put it on. Vehicle and traffic stops, he'll put it on. As he engages the public, and if he feels the need, if he's having a conversation with someone and he feels the need to turn it on, he can turn it on at any time.
Okay. I think the protocols and procedures will be important to publicize. I think that will give the public an extra level of comfort, I believe.
Right, and absolutely, that will be done through Redland strategies. They are going to look for community outreach. They're going to go into community outreach. They're going to talk to different people and find out, what their expectations are, do they seem to feel that there will be any problems with the camera program. I can't see a lot of people being against the camera program. I think the way we're going to lay it out is going to be pretty nice, pretty good. And I think from what the feeling is around the police department, the officers are ready and prepared to deal with it.
Anyone else? Legislator Solage.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. I noticed compared to the last hearing, you mentioned that the program would be released through the 8th precinct, and then today you mentioned that it would be also unveiled through the 5th precinct, which is in the 3rd district. Can you please describe just more information as to what led to that difference?
So we wanted to engage an entire precinct and see how it runs on an entire level. Okay, now that entire level is the 8th precinct. It's a precinct that kind of falls into the middle of items when it's calls for service. Has a large scope of people in the 8th precinct, but pretty much, as I said, calls for service was one of the big determinations. We don't want to overload the system at first. But we also decided at one point that the 5th precinct would be a good area as well. A few isolated cars in the 5th, and we are constricted by some budget restraints too, as how many cameras we can order at this time.
Understood. Well, the fact that you're willing to increase, I guess, the scope of the program beyond the 8th precinct and also with the 5th precinct shows that you're willing to learn the best capable ways for this program to succeed. And I appreciate that, and I thank you for at least having this being a fluid plan and not just a stagnant, stale plan. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
Any other legislators have any questions for Commissioner Smith? And is that the? Oh, sorry. Delia.
See,
Sorry.
So is it safe to say that any time an officer goes on a call, the camera will be turned on?
That's correct.
And that is done manually by the police officer?
Right, that's right.
Is that how it's always done, like in all departments?
No, every department does it as they feel best suited to do it. There are different triggers that can be put on, different devices to make the camera go on automatically. But with that, also could come failure, because that means extra batteries. For instance, to take a gun out of your holster, it means an extra battery has to be put on it. All right, to take your taser out, to take a nightstick out. If those are the conditions that you want to put forward, now you may have additional failure. Batteries have to be checked out more frequently. How long do they last? We've been advised, even by the people who manufacture the item, that sometimes the less triggers you have, the better off you are. All right, we have to put it on just how officers are trained with tasers and weapons and nightsticks. All right, it becomes muscle memory to hit that camera to make sure it goes on, and to hit it to make sure it goes off. We feel that this is the best way to proceed at this time.
So is there anything required that the police officer should put it on as they go to a call? Is that mandated in any way?
Well,
or-
the whole procedure will be a training session for officers so that they learn when it should be going on, or when to take it off, that type of thing. And even the policy will cover things as if an officer perhaps forgot to turn his camera on. What would he do in that circumstances? Well, he'd have to contact the supervisor, perhaps write a report, perhaps learn to be retrained in it. Initially, there will be mistakes. I kind of accept that that will happen. We've looked at other police departments, and at first, when they are introduced, officers at times, maybe when they haven't been trained for long enough or hadn't had enough experience with the camera, have maybe failed to put the camera on once or twice. But they learn very rapidly to do this. Just as they learn, as I said, with their weapons and other protocols, they learn how to do it.
Thank you.
Let me just follow up again. Obviously, the determination of when the officers turn on their cameras, it's going to be specified in a written procedure or protocol that's going to be provided, correct?
That's correct. And we will provide that to the public.
And those procedures are being developed now?
They are.
Okay. Is that internally in the police department with the consultants? Assistants?
Internally in the police department, and we have been advised by the consultants at times when we ask them to research certain questions for us, they provide that pretty diligently.
Legislator Gaylord?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Commissioner, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So just two quick questions. Are there currently any villages that are using body cams in Nassau County?
I think there are several. I think Freeport has them, and I believe that Malvern has them. I'm not sure about other villages.
Oh, okay, and have you done any coordination or checking with them on their policies and procedures?
Yeah, some of the people that we have on our team have been checking out with Freeport and Malvern and talk just kind of anecdotally about how the cameras work.
Okay, great.
I think they have a different product than us.
Okay, and my second question unrelated to the first is, instead of a manual procedure to engage the body camera, is there a means or a way that it can be automatically engaged when the service call goes out to the precinct car?
It's called the trigger device. There are many kinds of trigger devices. The problem with the more trigger devices you have, more subject to failure. All right, because trigger devices need a battery to engage things.
Right.
An additional battery, other than the battery that comes on the camera and the external battery that we have that attaches to our camera as well.
All right, and part of your study and analysis is looking at all these various means to trigger and determine which is the best.
Well, we've determined that manual activation and manual off are the way to go.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Legislator Walker?
The batteries that they have to use for these cameras is there a way they can recharge them in their vehicle? Or I mean, just like our phones. I mean, there's times that your battery could go all day or a day and a half or whatever, depending on how much you're using it. But, you know, sometimes if you're using it for a GPS or if you're whatever, you know, certain things use the battery up quicker.
Right.
So, you know, our officers are, you know, on their shift is, you know, a long period of time. If they were very active during that time, could those batteries die and they don't have access to recharging?
So our officers are each going to be issued an individual camera, which has an internal battery. It also has an external battery that can be attached on. That should give them the internal battery gives them perhaps 12 hours, and the external battery should feed the camera itself and perhaps give it anywhere from 5 to 6 more hours. But in addition to that, each officer will be issued what's called a magnetic tether. And basically what that does, it's a plug-in, just like you might plug in to your iPhone into your car. So it plugs into the car on one side, and the other is a magnet that holds it to the bottom of the camera. So it detaches very easily. It can be just ripped away, or as the officer gets out, it can just fall to the seat of the car. All right, so it doesn't kind of like lock him into the car. And that continues to provide battery power as he's driving around on patrol, as he's looking and patrolling his neighborhoods, and things of that nature.
Hi, this is Tatum, Deputy County Executive Tatum Fox. I'm sorry to interrupt, Presiding Officer. I'm by phone.
Okay, go ahead, Tatum.
Hi, everyone. I apologize that I am not there. I just wanted to let you know I am here. Thank you, Commissioner Smith, as well, and the legislative body. I am away on a family vacation for the first time. Otherwise, I'd be there. So I just wanted to speak to the questions regarding when the camera will be turned on And while it appears at this point with our technology available, it would be a manual process to turn the cameras on, the camera itself, the technology, will allow us to explore automatic triggers while they do come with other items that would be necessary, like Bluetooth activation, and I leave that discussion to the technical people, which is not me. But that is definitely something, this is a starting point, and we can explore all options and see what works best in Nassau County with the body cameras based upon input from this legislative body, from the community, and it will all be, the policies will be shared with the public and for you all to, examine, and it will be an ongoing dialogue in regard to the policies. So if you have any other questions, I just want to let you know I am here by phone.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Tatum. Commissioner, do you want to add anything? Did you want to add anything to the discussion?
No, I think Tatum said it perfect. You're all going to get to see the policies and procedures. We're going through them, and we will release those publicly when it is all said and done. So the public will continue to have dialogue with, of course, with Mike Balboni and his team there.
Are there any other questions? No, good. All right.
Okay, thank you for your time.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. All right. Any other debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Those opposed? All right, carries unanimously, 18-0. Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Item 4, an ordinance to adopt the Nassau County budget for the Nassau Community College for the fiscal year commencing September 1st, 2021 and ending September 31st, 2022, and to appropriate revenues in the total amount of monies to be raised by taxation within the County of Nassau for the purposes of the college for such fiscal year. Moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. So that puts this item before us. President.
Good afternoon. Thank you. Good afternoon, legislators. Jermaine, Jermaine F. Williams, President, Nassau Community College. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm joined, just so you have it, by Julio Izquierdo, the Vice President for Finance, the college, and Adrian Kerrigan, Vice President for Institutional Advancement.
Before you proceed, we had a motion and a second. Actually, we had to open the hearing.
My apologies.
No, that was my fault.
Sorry.
All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed, hearing is open. Now the floor is yours.
My apologies. You get the names? Okay, great. So thank you, all the legislators, for taking the time to meet with the college over the past several weeks. We presented a presentation. Really, I'm thankful for your insightful follow-up to help ensure that we're very candid in terms of how the college is being good stewards of the monies and the funds providing for Nassau County. We still remain the largest single campus community college of the 30 SUNY. A few weeks ago, 2,800 plus students graduated from Nassau Community College, so we provide a great benefit to the county, and we're very thankful for your ongoing support here today, looking for your continued support. I would like to just reiterate before any questions or comments or concerns that the budget before you sees no tuition or fees increase, and we obviously are doing that for multiple reasons, and one of the primary outcomes is also to ensure that the residents of Nassau County are able to access a high quality academic and student support experience at an affordable rate. So definitely open to any questions or comments or concerns that I can field.
Okay, thank you. And my concern, and something I had brought up after our briefing, and you had provided a response in terms of the recruitment plan for the college. I mean, this is a nationwide trend, but we have seen a loss of the number of students attending Nassau Community College, and I think it's crucial that we turn that around. And the efforts that you're making and your administration are making, I think, have to really be geared for success in terms of bringing more students to the college. It is an excellent educational opportunity at a very reasonable cost, and the more that we can bring students in, not just from Nassau County, but perhaps from other areas of our state, and I think one of the recruitment plans is for international as well. I think they're better for the long-term success of the college, so we'd like to see you be very successful with your recruitment efforts.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And just a little bit of to that, we actually have just started a partnership that will commence in fall of 21 with Adelphi University, where students are able to attend Nassau Community College and actually live at Adelphi University, right? So one of the things you saw in the recruitment plan was housing. Given times, you're taking an alternative approach, but still providing the need. One of the other components that I could share about recruitment and students is we'll have 2 partnerships starting in fall of 21 as well with Baldwin School District and West Hempstead, where several high school seniors from those schools will actually be taking their senior class at Nassau Community College, which is helping them, experience Nassau Community College. There's recruitment. Hopefully they'll transition to Nassau Community College. And one of the other pieces that I will share briefly is that the Board of Trustees recently approved a few academic programs because we want to make sure we're providing the academic programs that are needed. So cybersecurity was recently approved, as well as office medical assistance. So all of these and more. I didn't even mention the other 108 Duncan. That's up on your slate a little later, which will provide an opportunity for 200 students to be in our hospitality program. So we are endeavoring to make changes so that we can increase enrollment. So.
Okay. Does anyone else have any questions for Dr. Williams? Legislator Walker.
I don't really have a question, just a comment. I know when I worked in the Hicksville School District, I did a lot to encourage our students to go to Nassau Community. Many of them were not as affluent, could not afford a 4-year college right off the bat, and I would encourage them all the time. I'd say, you're going to get a great education, you work real hard, you could get a scholarship to another 4-year school and continue your education wherever. I love the idea with Adelphi because many of those students then might go on to attend Adelphi for the rest of their program and keep our students here in Nassau County and on Long Island and close by. I know that our high schools offer many students college credit for classes. Those college credits, are they acceptable at Nassau also?
The short answer is yes. I could get into a very long answer, but,
that's
it's yeah.
The short answer is better.
As long as they're an accredited institution, then yes, they would be accepted, and we have several students who come in with those transfer credits essentially.
And anything, I know anything I could do, and I'm sure, many of the legislators would, or all of us would say the same thing, anything we could do too within our districts to, help add in recruitment to our community college would be wonderful.
Thank you. Thank you. You all do so much as I look around and make eye contact with several legislators who I talk with on several occasions. So thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Drucker, then Legislator Gaylor, then Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Dr. Williams, always a pleasure to see you.
Likewise, sir.
I want to commend you for presenting a very good budget this year, one that, despite the challenges you're facing, does not require a tuition increase, which is certainly a very opportune time to not have a tuition increase. But, it's still concerning to me, and I'm sure to all of us. I mean, I have a personal affection for the college because of my affiliation there, and I would like to see the college flourish and certainly be able to sustain itself in the years to come. And the disturbing trend of declining enrollment is concerning to me and I'm sure to all of us. I mean, when I was at the college as a trustee, we had about 23,000 students, and we're down to about 12 or change now, 12,000, 13,000 and change now, which is that correct, Dr. Williams?
Yes, that is as far as the fall number. FT is a little different, but yes.
And you're still anticipating a further decrease, and we have to try to reverse that. And I know I've been having conversations with you and your staff and the administration here and the police department to try to find ways. For example, we talked about the micro-credentialing program and to use that as a way to enhance enrollment and retention. And I would like to see those initiatives pursued further by the college, because this is an opportunity for you to pull out all the stops, to do what you can to reverse the trend. And it would be, you'd be remiss, and we'd all be remiss, if we don't explore every possibility to take advantage of some of the things we have to entice residents of Long Island to come to the college, not just young people, working people, older people. The college to this day remains a fertile and a wonderful opportunity as a gateway, as a pathway to many, many successful careers. And this is a step that many people in Nassau County, and coming off of a pandemic, this is a perfect opportunity to take advantage of the great institution that Nassau Community College has. And I would like to see initiatives that we've discussed be advanced further. Because I'm concerned about, yes, you have a budget that's going to get you through this year. I'm concerned about next year. And I'm concerned, you're not getting any increase in funding from the county. I'd like to see that increase as well. But, with attrition and with declining enrollment and with your increase in expenses and the salary and contractual obligations you have, I'm concerned. And I'd like to see a real initiative that's imperative by the college to try to reverse that.
Thank you, Legislator Drucker, for all of your support and your comments. And we are forward-facing and looking towards the future, absolutely. And I know that as my expectation, I will confirm when I return to the office, is that our dean and our chairperson of criminal justice is they're criminal justice. They are meeting with you and your team and others to really flesh out that idea and talk more about it. Specifically one idea, but there are multiple ideas.
The micro-credentialing is really, really an opportunity that we should not squander. You agree?
I do, yes. It's something I know that as I look through the historical documents of the college, has been a conversation for multiple years, and it's something that we need to move forward, just like we did with dual enrollment and concurrent enrollment and kind of the Adelphi partnership. So we do recognize that potential, and we are pursuing it. And overall, not just with the specific interest.
You can always count on my support of the college, and I'm sure most of us here as well, all of us here as well. But again, I'd like to see the dialogue between us continue and even grow, so we can take advantage of these opportunities and these initiatives. I certainly have presented you with some.
Thank you, Legislator.
Presiding Officer.
Thank you. Legislator Gaylor, then Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So my colleague has pretty much hit the points that I was going to raise. I'm particularly concerned about the declining enrollment, because it's year after year, at least for the last almost 6 years now that I've been here, that every year we hear the same thing. The enrollment's declining, we're doing X, Y, and Z, and it's going to turn around, and it's not turning around. And so I challenge you to put a stop to that and figure out a solution here relatively quickly, because I don't know how much longer you can go with declining enrollment and stand before us and ask for, salary increases and budget increases, and there's going to come a point in time where you may not get the budgets that you want, like you will this year. I attended Nassau Community back in 1981, and it was a great opportunity and a great time for me in my life. And it was a time when there were tens of thousands, multiples of tens of thousands of students attending Nassau Community College, and now we're down to some very serious low numbers that if we don't turn it around, we may lose this gemstone in our county. And maybe it gets consolidated with Suffolk Community, or maybe SUNY takes it over. Those things are always possible and always being talked about. So I challenge you to take this to heart, okay, and turn this around quickly. Because you have the perfect opportunity right now to fix the problems at the college. That's where I'll leave it.
Thank you, Legislator Gaylor.
Legislator Muley.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I too wish to congratulate you on the budget this year, and that there's no increases for the students. I know that this is being done under extremely difficult circumstances, and my question was going to be about the possibility of having students somehow stay at the campus, because I know that there's the one community college upstate where they have dorms, and you're telling us that that's already in the works, and I just think that that's a really great opportunity. So I look forward to hearing more about that as it goes forward. And, you know, just to reiterate what everyone else has said, we have to do whatever we can to make sure that Nassau Community remains a viable option for, you know, for the students of Nassau County. But actually, I do have a question for the presiding officer. It's my understanding that back in January, a motion was filed to put Dr. Kishore Kuncham, who's the superintendent of the Freeport schools, on the Board of Trustees. And given the fact that the county population of Asian Americans is increasing, and we know, and you put forward the Office of Asian American Affairs, which is a wonderful thing, I think it would be important to make sure that that gets calendared as soon as possible. He would be a wonderful addition to the Board of Trustees, to the college, and an incredible asset. I know because I was on the Board of Education working alongside him, and I know what he can bring. So thank you.
I would agree that he is a tremendously talented educator, and he would certainly bring you know, his talents to the college board. I mean, the proposal was made to replace George Garden, I'm sorry, who happens to be one of the only Hispanic Americans who's been appointed to any position of significance in the county. So it's you know, there are certainly going to be openings in the next couple of years, and certainly something we would look at, and we're still looking at him. But of course, we you know, it's you don't want to take someone off who's doing a fine job and who represents his community very well. Let's put it that way. Legislator Reggie Whitten.
Hi, good to see you. I was just looking, I know that this program was set up with the idea of hopefully being like 30% county, 30% state, and the state contribution is only 21% right now. Do you know, I know that's based on enrollment, but do you know how many students it would take for us to get up to that 30%? How many students of an increase it would take, approximately? Sorry, it's a math question.
No. So I'm going to, it's proportional. Right. So even if we did increase in students, the FTE is such that right now, and I'm looking at the Vice President of Finance, that it wouldn't happen because the FTE is capped at like $2,947 per FTE. So it actually would have to increase in order for that a third to come into play.
So that's how we would be able to get the third from the state, would be to increase the
right.
What
so
did you
funding
say?
So funding would need to increase because it's still a proportion. Is there anything more that you would add to clarify?
So the state will need to increase the amount. So right now it's a fixed amount. So it's the 21%. It's going to be 21% no matter how many FTEs we have.
Really? Yeah, I thought it was based on enrollment.
It is based on enrollment, but it's based on actual FTE. It's not based on so what the county gives is based is a total amount, and that gets rolled out through enrollment, right? So the higher the higher enrollment, the lower the percentage from the county, right?
Wow.
But in terms of the state, it will stay constant because they go by FTE, a set amount.
And FTE, for the record, is?
Full-time equivalent students.
Full-time equivalent students. And that is different from enrollment by how?
Well, enrollment, you can go different ways. It's head count,
okay,
which is part-time, full-time students, but if two people, one's part-time, one's full-time, that's two head count. But FTE will be 1.5 FTE.
Really? So in other words, if you go part-time to Nassau Community College, the state's not reimbursing anything?
They a portion. So it's so that if they go part-time, half-time, then it'll be counted as half FTE.
Okay. So we would have to increase our full-time enrollment to increase the state funding.
both. So both increases state funding.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think the stenographer needs your name and title. Need you to share it.
My name is Julio Izquierdo, Vice President of Finance.
Legislator Birnbaum.
Yes, hi. So during COVID, you were able to teach the students virtually? You had classes remotely?
Yes, yes.
And now, in the fall semester, are you going to continue doing any remote courses? Because I was just thinking that that might be a way of getting at least some part-time students.
Absolutely. So we taught less than 10% of the courses had a face-to-face component in fall and spring of this past year. Obviously, these were clinicals, labs, those types of opportunities, but by and large, the overwhelming majority of courses were either remote or online. What we've realized is, to the point that you're getting at, legislators, that some of these are really good opportunities to be taught remote or online. So we want to not come back as the previous Nassau Community College, but we want to use this as an opportunity to provide the educational platforms, that students need based on the 70-plus programs that we have and the diverse learners that we have, right? Everyone doesn't want to be or need to be face-to-face. So we have invested in, technology so that we can make that happen, and we're looking forward to, really diversifying how we offer the educational opportunities.
And in terms of outreach to all the high schools in Nassau County, do you have liaisons with each of the schools?
Yes. So I talk with or communicate with superintendents. Our Office of Admissions communicates with principals, with guidance counselors. I also communicate with principals as well. And then we have counselors, essentially admissions counselors, who also go out and they host events, both at high schools, at the college, at community organizations, different places throughout the county. So yes.
Okay, and in terms of marketing, have you increased your marketing efforts? Are you doing something differently now?
We actually have, and yes, we have increased, and we're doing something differently. We put out an RFP several months ago. I'm looking at our Vice President for Institutional Advancement, who helped lead that. It's a very collaborative effort across the college with staff, faculty, and students, and we have a new marketing firm that just came on a few weeks ago. You may have seen some of the college's new marketing with Nassau Community College as the smart choice, really looking to grasping that opportunity for the students and for the influencers, so they know, to what several of the legislators said, you can start at Nassau Community College with high quality academics and student support at really an affordable rate, and then go wherever it is you want to go, whether that's directly into the workforce or transferring to a four-year institution, or both. So a lot of our students have a combination of both.
Great. I hope it's all very productive and that we see the enrollment increase.
Thank you, legislator.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? No. I think we're good. Thank you, Dr. Williams.
Thank you, legislators. Thank you.
So, Legislator Drucker makes a motion to close the hearing. Seconded by Legislator Walker. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Hearing is closed. We're going to item 10, which is the ordinance. It's an ordinance to adopt the Nassau County budget for the Nassau Community College for the fiscal year commencing September 1st, 2021 and ending August 31st, 2022, and to appropriate revenues in the total amount of monies to be raised by taxation within the county for the purposes of the college for such fiscal year. Moved by Legislator Drucker, seconded by Legislator Walker. Any further debate or discussion? Any public comment, which I neglected to do during the hearing? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? It carries unanimously. I'm going to call the consent calendar next. These are all items that went through committees a couple of weeks ago. It's been agreed by the majority and minority that no further debate or discussion is needed at this point with respect to these items. So, item 12, ordinance 52. Item 14, ordinance 54. Item 15, ordinance 55. Item 16, ordinance 56. Item 17, ordinance 57. 18, ordinance 58. 19, ordinance 59. 20, ordinance 60. 21, ordinance 61. 22, Ordinance 62. 25, Ordinance 90, Resolution 90. 27, Resolution 92. 28, Resolution 93. 29, Resolution 94. 30, Resolution 95. 31, Resolution 96. 32, Resolution 97. 33, Resolution 98. 34, Resolution 99. 35, Resolution 100. 36, Resolution 101. 37, Resolution 102. 38, Resolution 103. 39, Resolution 104. 40, Resolution 105. 41, Resolution 106. 42, Resolution 107. 43, Resolution 108. 44, Resolution 109. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion on these items? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. So let's go back to the start of the calendar. We okay? Need a break? Are we good? Okay. Item 1 is a local law to amend the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to the imposition of a public safety fee and driver responsibility for violations issued pursuant to Title 86 thereof. Motion by Legislator Kennedy, seconded by Legislator Schaefer. That's a motion to open the hearing. All those in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, hearing is open. This item is in connection with another item on the calendar today with respect to the school bus camera program that is about to be rolled out in the county, which has certain statutorily mandated fees associated with violations. But what this item does is it removes the public safety fee and the driver responsibility fee from being added on top of the statutory fees. So it reduces the total fees that someone would pay for a violation by taking out the public safety fee of $55 and the driver's responsibility fee of $45 for tickets for violation in terms of the school bus camera program. Anyone want to discuss, debate, whatever? Legislator Birnbaum?
I wholeheartedly support this legislation, just as I wholeheartedly was not in support of similar legislation several years ago when these $55 public safety fee and $45 driver responsibility fee was tacked onto the red light camera bill. Because, as it says, these are fees, and I don't think it is what our goal is to improve safety. So I wholeheartedly support not including an extra $100 tacked onto imposing it on a vehicle when the operator is stopped for illegally passing a stop bus.
Okay. Anyone else? Motion by Minority Leader Abrahams to close the hearing, seconded by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Hearing is closed. Then we go to item 5, which is a local law to amend the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County in relation to the imposition of a public safety fee and driver responsibility fee for violations issued pursuant to Title 86 thereof. Motion by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator McKevitt. Any further debate or discussion? No. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. It passes unanimously. Okay, now we go back to item 2 for another hearing. This is a local law to amend Title 86 of the miscellaneous laws of Nassau County as added by local law number 19 of 2019 in relation to changing to 60 days the period that a written warning will be issued in lieu of a notice of violation. A written warning will be issued in lieu of a notice of liability following commencement of the school bus photo violation demonstration program. Motion by Legislator Bino, seconded by Legislator Ford, to open the hearing. All in favor of opening a hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay, the hearing is open. Anyone want to speak on this one? Well, obviously it is what it says it is. It's a extension of the warning period following the commencement of the program, which I believe had said 30 days, and now we're extending it to 60. Go ahead, Mr. Rich.
David Rich, Traffic and Parking Violations Agency. Good afternoon, legislators. This is a proposed amendment to extend the warning period to 60 days and 60 days per school district.
Second question that has come up, I just want to make it clarified with you because we know the answer, but basically the 60-day warning period for an individual school district commences under this amendment. It will commence when that school district opts into the program, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Rich? Nope. Let's Birnbaum.
Hi. Is this program being run exactly like the red light cameras where somebody who receives a fine will be able to go online and see a video of what happened?
Yes.
Okay, and they can make an appearance in court if they want to fight it?
Yes, the first notice of liability will have the information. If they want to request a hearing, they could submit a request for a hearing, or they could pay it, or they could call us if they have any questions. Same exact way, same type of noticing that we have for the red light camera program.
Are you aware of problems with the program that necessitates this extended period, 60 days? Has there been a problem in other areas where it's been used for school buses? Do you know?
I am not aware of any information pertaining to that question.
I'm just concerned about divided highways for cars coming in the opposite direction, not behind a bus so much, but from the other direction, and they're unable to see.
If the cameras are unable to capture that vehicle, a violation would not be issued.
No, I'm talking about the driver of the car who didn't see the school bus, you know, if there's traffic on a road and they're going in the opposite direction.
Probably initially, an assumption would be we would issue the notice of liability, but if the person protested it and requested a hearing, then a judicial hearing officer would hear their claim.
Okay. Would we be able to hear any kind of summary of how many violations were issued in the 60-day period that the test, once it gets initiated? Would we just be able to get some data of any kind?
Yes.
Okay, good. That would be great. Thank you.
Good afternoon. When are we going to start, letting the public know about this and educating them about the school bus cameras?
I'm going to assume once we execute the contract, we're going to meet with the vendor who's going to assist, as well as the county's press office, in providing a proper rollout and a public safety notification.
Okay, and then just to go back to what Legislator Birnbaum brought up about the divided highways. I mean, I know that under state law, like you can't go the opposite, like there are certain, medians that you're not allowed to, like you have to stop in both directions. But is there any, can we find out if there's any, like, width of a median that would, like, not have a car subjected if they were going in the opposite direction, that they would be subjected to having a ticket for passing a stopped school bus?
We do. We will, and what we're hoping to do also is during the warning period, it'll also give us the opportunity to identify where there may be issues where a violation should not be issued if it's too far across, where maybe the operator of the vehicle did not have the opportunity to view the school bus.
Okay, and then the school bus cameras automatically will be activated. They'll be in service once the driver stops and pulls the lever, I guess, or whatever it is, where the doors open and then the arm comes out, correct?
Yes, once the stop arm is extended and the red lights are flashing, the camera will be activated.
All right, and will we also have training for the school bus drivers so that they know always when to open the doors and not open? I mean, because I know sometimes it has been brought up in previous hearings, like if a school bus driver may be waiting, like sometimes they're at a person's home and the student may be delayed coming out. So, not to stop the traffic, but they may sometimes like have it open, but they might like just wave people through to make sure that they don't do something like that.
Yes, that's where part of the rollout is too, that the drivers bus drivers will be trained on not to wave people by, but if they do, they should probably close the stop arm so that way at least a violation is not captured.
Okay, all right, thank you very much.
Not much of a question, but
perhaps just a note of caution to inject into this. Those of us who remember, who've been here around a while, may remember the program where we had speed cameras for near schools. The rollout was disastrous and the program failed because of public outrage. So I think we need to take extra care in terms of the training of the school bus drivers, as well as the public education and implementation of the program to make sure that people don't get tickets unfairly.
Understood.
Anyone else? Legislator Ferretti and Legislator Walker.
Good afternoon, Mr. Rich.
Good afternoon.
I'm over here. The tickets that would eventually result from violations of this school bus camera, would they be subject to the same boot and tow regulations as the red light camera, outstanding red light camera tickets?
As I understand it, there would be nothing, they could be included in the boot and tow program, yes.
You mean they will be, or, I mean, what's the plan?
Right now, that they would be. You know, there's nothing in the ordinance that prevents it. You know, they are included because it's considered a photo enforcement violation or a notice of liability.
What's the status of the boot and tow program right now? Is it suspended right now, or?
It is still currently suspended.
Okay. Is there going to be any kind of warning to residents, or to violators, I should say, that these tickets will be subject to boot and tow if they're not paid timely?
What we do is the way we do it in our own letters that TIPFA sends out, we put the warnings of the additional, includes boot and tow, includes possibly a default judgment. Then what happens is the case is assigned to a collection vendor, and again, it's more voluntary compliance, where in those warning notices also, it warns of boot and tow, default judgment, license suspension, registration suspension, and then after that, if there's still no response, then they are eligible for boot and tow.
Now, is TIPFA, is the traffic court open right now?
Yes, it is.
When did it reopen?
October 5th.
Okay. Okay. I just want to, make sure that residents have the proper notice that they're subject to boot and tow, especially in light of the fact that the court was closed for a period of time, and some people obviously, and this penalty for the traffic for the bus cameras significantly higher than the red light camera, so obviously it's going to be, especially in these times, difficult for people to pay right away. So, it's just a concern that I had with regard to the boot and tow.
We offer the folks boot payment plans, and as well as I understand the boot and tow vendor now also offers a payment arrangement as well, but they'll have an opportunity for a payment arrangement prior to being booted and towed as well.
Is there a plan for restarting the boot and tow program? Is there a timeline?
Not currently, no.
Okay. All right. Would you be able to give us some advance notice as to whenever that is the case, whenever it's going to be restarted?
Yes.
Okay. Advanced in like 30 days? Advanced?
Yes. I mean, ideally, once we bring our collection vendors online, they'll get first attempt, and then after that, then the boot and tow program would resume.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, we have several legislators in line. Legislator Walker, Legislator Szilagyi, and then Legislator Gaylor.
Thank you. I have to say this is something that I look forward to once we work everything out in our school districts. Hopefully we'll all come on board. I received many, many phone calls from my residents, people blowing the stop buses, and it's a very, very big concern to them. Oftentimes there's multiple children getting on a bus at a bus stop and crossing the street in front of the bus, and all of a sudden a car is flying by or whatever. And, thank God there hasn't been, serious injuries in my legislative district, but doesn't say that it couldn't happen. And I would hope that once school districts do come on board, that the school districts too help provide the information to their families, and certainly PTA. Hopefully, I would be pushing for that in my district, that PTA gets involved. And it isn't even just these issues with the buses. I mean, I have, especially in front of our high school and middle school, parents double and triple park, and kids are cutting through in front of the. But it's a very scary situation, and every year there's constant calls about it, and, you know, obviously they want us as legislators to fix everything, and we can't always fix everything. But I hope this is one step moving forward that will help to keep our children safe, and that's, really is a safety issue, and that's what we need to focus on. So thank
Agreed.
you.
Agreed. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Quick question, is there technology that at least blocks out the face of the minor, any minors in the picture, so at least it protects their privacy? That's all, just a question.
I'm not aware of that, but I could check with the vendor. I'm not sure, but I'll check with them.
Thank you.
It's Gaylord.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, Mr. Rich.
Good afternoon.
Is the violation that well, first of all, is this truly a violation under the VTL that someone would be charged with for passing a school bus caught on camera?
Yes, it is. It's similar to the red light camera.
So but are they issued a VTL like 1172 on this case, or?
It'll be cited, but it will be a notice of liability.
So 1172 carries a 5-point violation. We all know you need, 11 points before you lose your license. Are there any points under this program?
No, they're not.
Okay, very good. And this is a fine for the first offense of $250. Does the fines escalate for second and third offenses?
Yes, they do.
Okay. And the probationary period, or this 60-day period, was increased from 30 to 60 days, my understanding, to give additional notifications to county residents or any resident from any jurisdiction would get a ticket, correct? You live out of state, you get a ticket?
Yes, as long as you commit the violation.
Okay, so it applies to everybody. Do you know when Suffolk County rolled this out, when they had their little probationary period, which I think was 30 days, how many violations they issued in that month?
I saw the press conference. I want to say it was above 20,000. I forgot the actual number.
20,000 violations of passing school buses.
Warnings. I'm sorry. Yes.
So, and so during the first 60 days, we're going to issue warnings. What if you get multiple warnings during the 60-day, or do you just get one in the second violation during the warning period? Is that a ticket, or is that another warning?
No, it would still be everything that's issued or captured within that 60-day period would always still be a warning, and it would be for each event captured.
So we could reasonably expect like numbers, 10, 20,000 violations a month for school bus violations, correct?
In the warnings, I would say anything's possible, yes.
Okay, and then you see a lower number once this is fully implemented each month.
What we've seen is in other jurisdictions where they've done it, there's basically a 3% recidivist rate. So less than 3% are actually get a second violation.
Okay, all right. And is your agency staffed to handle this increased workload, either court reporters or judges or administrative, hearing officers, or even just support personnel? Are we equipped to handle the expected influx of tickets at the county, that the county's now going to process?
We will be. I spoke with DCE Fox about it. We will make sure that we're
well, it's good then. You spoke to DCE Fox. Okay. I got it. All right. Thank you, Mr. Rich.
You're welcome.
Anyone else? No? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any public comment? Come on up, Earl.
I applaud this resolution. I think this is past due. Every day I see people run right past the buses with the stop signs out. In fact, last week I was stopped for a stop bus, and the person in back of me, the idiot, was honking me. Okay? So I think, what is the minimum fine? You said, what is the fine? $250? Should make it $1,000. And the school districts, they do have the option to opt out of this program?
They would have to opt in.
Oh, they would have to opt in?
Yeah.
So if they don't opt in, it's not enforced in their school district, correct?
Correct.
Well, okay, so I will make sure you need a will opt in. Okay, thank you very much.
Any other public comment? Hearing none, motion by Legislator Bino to close the hearing, second by Legislator Ford. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, the hearing is closed. Now we go to number 6, which is the vote on this proposed local law to amend Title 86 of the Miscellaneous Laws of Nassau County as added by local law number 19 of 2019 in relation to changing to 60 days the period that a written warning will be issued in lieu of a notice of liability following commencement of the school bus photo violation demonstration program. Motion by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Bino. We need to amend this. The amendment will clarify that the 60-day warning period will apply to a specific school district after that district opts in. Motion to amend by Legislator Ferretti, seconded by Legislator Ford. Any discussion on the amendment? Hearing none. All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Now, as to the item as amended, any further debate or discussion? Hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, carries unanimously. Okay, now we are going to the capital plan items, starting with item 3, which is a hearing on an ordinance to adopt the capital plan for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Moved by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator Salage. That's a motion to open the hearing. All in favor of opening the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed, hearing is now open. There's Ken Arnold.
Yes. Good afternoon, Presiding Officer. So, item 8 and item 9 are associated with the capital budget and 4-year capital plan for 2021 and also 2020, which was not acted on. The budget includes a total of $242 million in general capital and $120 million in SSW capital for a total of $362. 32% of this, or $116 million, is from non-county sources. The 2021 plan includes 41 new projects. These projects are somewhat rolled over from 2020. These new projects call for a further enhancement in our traffic and ped safety projects, most notable being our traffic accident prioritization study, or as it's referred to in the capital plan as the traffic master plan. It also includes various road, streetscape, and park facility projects that have been added to address concerns brought to the administration. The conditions of our buildings continue to be a focus, and as such, projects look at the Fire Service Academy, Five Towns Community Center, Kellogg House, and as mentioned earlier, the expansion of the college with the Hospitality Center. Finally, there's some new initiatives like EV charging stations, the body cameras, which was part of the 19th Amendment, is a new project that was proposed, and also a Police Reform Act enhancement of public areas project is also included. I'm available to answer any questions.
Good afternoon, Ken. On that Five Towns Community Center, do you know offhand what that item is and what we're doing there, what you're planning?
Well, the Five Towns Community Center, currently we have a GOSA project, which is redoing the HVAC.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
So currently we have a project that we're working with GOSA to add an emergency generator and also do the HVAC system for the building. Additionally, the roof needs to be done, and we also need to look at the building and see what other additions the building needs for its life services to keep it an adequate structure for the current use.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. With these things, it's difficult to see. By next meeting, they'll be gone. So. Let's say Drucker.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I totally support this bill, the budget. But looking through the backup that's presented to us, we noticed that there are a number of projects for road repair, in all of our districts. And one of the things I noticed that's in the budget is $500,000 to remove and replace curbs and sidewalks. And I know I speak to you about repairing sidewalks a lot, and as a result, I'm compelled to renew my appeal to the majority to assign my sidewalk repair bill to a committee so it can be advanced. It was filed a long time ago, and without that correction, without that bill, people in Nassau County are being unfairly forced to repair sidewalks on county roads that have absolutely no connection to their individual properties. They're on the back of their house, maybe on a county road, and they don't even ever use that sidewalk, but they're required to repair it. And the result is that these sidewalks all over the county are not being fixed, and they remain in a dangerous and defective condition. And it really is something that it helps every taxpayer on Long Island has a house on a county road. And I would like to see that bill advanced. So again, thank you, Presiding Officer, for allowing me the opportunity to say that.
Thank you. Anyone else? Hearing none, is there any public comment on this hearing? And hearing none, all in favor of closing, I think we need a motion to close the hearing. Motion by Legislator Birnbaum, seconded by Legislator Lafazan to close the hearing. All in favor of closing the hearing signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Hearing is closed. So now we move on to the actual ordinances and resolutions relating to the capital plan. Item 8, ordinance number 126. It's an ordinance to adopt the capital plan, budget for the County of Nassau for the first year of the 4-year capital plan to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Motion by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten to adopt that. There were amendments which will have to be in the form of an amendment in the nature of a substitution, which will provide as follows: increases to funding for various projects, including various facilities, electric vehicle charging stations, county building roof renovations, Polaris field upgrade, park furnishings, county pool improvements, traffic signal improvements, and a nice bus grant match. It also adds projects for the Joycetta and Julius Pierce African American Museum, as well as police reform-related projects, and the Fire Service Academy Master Plan. So we need a motion to amend. Motion to amend by Legislator DeRidge Whitten, seconded by Legislator Gaylor. Any debate and discussion on the amendment? Hearing none, all in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Passes unanimously. Now, as to the item as amended, any debate or discussion? Further debate or discussion? Any public comment? All in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The ordinance 126 passes unanimously as amended. We have to do the same thing with respect to Resolution 168. A resolution to adopt a 4-year capital plan for the County of Nassau to commence on January 1st, 2021, pursuant to the provisions of Section 310 of the County Government Law of Nassau County. Moved by Legislator DeRidge Whitten, seconded by Legislator Gaylor. There is this identical amendment that has to be made. The amendment is made by Legislator Gaylor, seconded by Legislator DeRidge Whitten. Any debate or discussion on the amendment? All in favor of the amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed? The item is amended. As to the item as amended, all in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Resolution 168 passes unanimously. I think we go to resolution of ordinance 51, which is item 11 on the calendar. A bond ordinance providing for a capital expenditure to finance the capital projects identified herein within the County of Nassau and authorizing $284,976,622 of bonds of the County of Nassau to finance such expenditure pursuant to the local finance law of New York. Moved by Legislator Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Any debate or discussion on this item? Hearing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Move to item 23. see, Ordinance 63, an ordinance supplemental to the annual appropriation ordinance in connection with the Office of Management and Budget. That is moved by Legislator Ford, seconded by Legislator Bino, which puts that before us. This is the American Rescue Plan item. I know there are some questions, so do we have anyone from the administration? Okay.
Good afternoon, Presiding Officer, Minority Leader. Do you mind if I make a few very brief remarks? Okay, just to present it. I'm Evelyn Simmons, Deputy County Executive for Economic Development. It's my pleasure to be back with you today, following last week's public hearing. We appreciated the public hearing and the opportunity to present the County Executive's Economic Recovery and Community Reinvestment Package, which would direct $62.9 million of ARP funding to much-needed assistance for small businesses, nonprofits, to develop our workforce, revitalize our downtowns, and support our residents, including our seniors, veterans, youth, and more. We thank you for the discussion and the suggestions. As we've stated, we consider this an iterative process, given the significant funds still available in the first payment and still to come from Washington. Last week, our team outlined in detail the administration's approach, both in terms of the dollars we were allocating as well as the processes we're putting in place for distribution of this important funding. To review, the categories of funding in the $62.9 million are as follows. Just under $18 million for health and human services. These funds will be directed to the county's nonprofit partners who are positioned to assist our residents, many of whom are still struggling with much needed support. We also provide an opportunity for new partners to apply. The funding is much needed and our nonprofit partners are poised and ready to get to work. We also outlined our $32.5 million economic development program. This includes $20 million for small business grants and loans, building upon our successful restaurant recovery grant and Boost Nassau loan programs. Also included are proposals to provide technical assistance to businesses, ensure outreach to our MWBEs, boost local tourism, and infuse funds into important workforce development initiatives to promote apprenticeship programs for skilled workers and partnerships with local colleges for retraining and upskilling our workforce. We also outlined a proposal for a $9 million investment in sewer and water infrastructure, including a $3 million septic replacement program and funds for a multi-year groundwater conservation program. And finally, we've included funds to support our school districts and additional resources for consulting assistance essential to our managing of this funding. We will continue to build out our administrative processes through a universal portal for applications and tracking of funds, as well as our Boost Nassau Resource Center and other procedures to ensure the funds are distributed fairly and following the evolving federal guidance. We look forward to your support in promoting our Boost Nassau online portal, a one-stop shop for figuring out eligibility and applying for federal, state, and county aid programs. Those are already available and those coming online as we build out our programs. And I appreciate some of the suggestions at last week's hearing that were made on many of these topics. We also expect to take the Resource Center program on the road, as our offices of Minority Affairs and Asian Affairs and Hispanic Affairs have done in the past to our county's libraries and other places where the communities are, understanding the concern that not everyone can get to Eisenhower Park and do so conveniently. I think we all agree it's been a long road to recovery, but Nassau County is poised to come back from the COVID-19 pandemic stronger than ever. We urge you to take this next step in directing important federal assistance by approving the administration's plan. Thank you. We're happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Evelyn. Legislator Copel.
Thank you. As you'll recall, Ms. Timmons, last meeting, during the committees, we had quite a few questions.
Yes.
And you, the collective you, had promised some responses. I'm not aware of any responses. I can go through them if you'd like, but...
Sure. Yeah. I mean, we can go through them. I don't know if any effort was made to provide them, if you had asked
Not
for
so
them in
far as I-
writing.
not so far
Okay.
as I know.
Okay.
Not so far as I know.
I know I can go off a couple that I think came up in my presentation on economic development, if you'd like me
Sure.
to do that.
Sure, why don't you go ahead first?
I can start with that. Let's just see where we left off. I think there were some questions raised by legislators Rhodes and Ferretti and perhaps others about the number of grants we had distributed through our Restaurant Recovery Grant Program. The total number was 289. Actually, I think the question was it 250 or 275? That number has been changing. The final number was 287, I believe. And that includes all of the funding we allocated from the CDBG CV funds. So it was just over $2 million. The grant actually had been for a little more than 2.2, a little under 2.2, but some went for administrative costs to National Development Council that ran the program for us. And while I'm on that, which actually turns out to be about 1 in 5 of the full-service restaurants in Nassau County. So we're pretty pleased with that number. Do we think we can do more? Absolutely. Are we excited about the Small Business Grant Program? Yes. And just to clarify so everyone understands, that program is open right now. You can get an application. We're funding it with the very about $800,000 that was remaining in the CDBG CV account. So as of right now, people can download those applications, and I think we have about $300,000 worth of grants in the pipeline already. I'd also, just while I'm at it, like to address the concerns raised by Mr. Ian Sales earlier today, who spoke about the delays he felt he faced at the beginning of the restaurant grant program. He applied in November, I believe, and his grant was in his hands by February. And it was late November because we did this right after Thanksgiving, so it was almost December. We don't think that 3 months is terrible. Obviously, when we kicked it off, there were actually some serious concerns with the Zoom grant portal. The vendor subsequently switched to a different portal. It's called the SM Apply, and it's part of SurveyMonkey. I think they were, surprised by the volume of what came in those first few days and weeks. But within a few weeks, we adjusted that. So I think Mr. Sales was probably caught up in being one of the first applicants, and then it took his grant a little longer than some of the others. Once we got the process moving, they moved much quicker. So I just want to state that. And should we go forward with the same vendor with the $10 million allocation? If you are kind enough to approve that today, we will look to have things move quickly, continue to move quickly, as they have been lately. Other questions, I think I was asked specifically about sort of the benefits of loans versus grants, and I think, we just want to state that, once again, we agree. We'd love to do more in grants. There's still money that can be allocated by the legislature with the county executive over the next few weeks, and hopefully the Economic Advisory Council will continue to discuss business assistance. In terms of the loans, we have heard from a number of businesses that for their long-term survival and doing a lot better, they could use larger amounts than we would be able to do in the form of a grant. So the loan fund allows you to do, up to $200,000 per grantee based on their plans, sort of how hard hit they were and what their plans are for the future. And so we do think the balance of grants and loans is one that we'd like to continue to make. So again, some of it is short-term and survival, and the rest of it is sort of showing what they can do if we invest in them more over time. Let's see, I'm trying to think which other questions were directed my way. I'm happy to take them on.
All right, my turn?
Yep,
Good.
Absolutely. Those were just the two that popped in my head.
No, that's great, and I know those were definitely asked. Well, let's start out with one of the big ones. The $375, $100 million intention, is that still there? And when we last spoke, you were going to get guidance as to the permissibility of it, and you intended to go ahead. Do you have any update on that?
I do. As was indicated last week, the administration had very productive discussions with Senate Majority Leader Schumer's office as well as with the U.S. Treasury. The senator strongly supports the concept of direct cash payments, and we know that direct cash payments are clearly allowed. I don't want there to be any worry about that. And as you know, we're looking to maximize the scope of the eligible universe of recipients. The administration expects to file a specific plan on that soon, and we will include with that an opinion of counsel to justify the expense as you have requested. I don't
Okay.
have anything more to say on that today, but that is where we are
So
as
you
an update
expect
from
that
last
will
week.
be allowable, then we can go further on that
The
eventually. Now,
cash payments are clearly allowed.
okay. What about one of the questions that I had asked at the time was the allowability of using funds to perhaps reimburse or actually pay off finally some of the certiorari claims for business owners that have been hard hit, since that would serve a dual purpose. It would certainly strengthen a lot of these businesses that desperately need the money now, as well as defray some of the continuing interest costs and lower the amount owed by the county for these items. Is that allowable? Did you find that out?
Yeah, I believe that Colonel Danyon from the County Attorney's Office has been looking into that item. He is on by phone. My understanding is we couldn't do something that would be considered tax relief. So
Well,
I'm
that's
not sure.
That's not tax relief
right,
at
so
all.
you're talking about something else, so I don't know if there's a response yet. I think Connell is available by phone.
I am available. It's Connell Denyon from the County Attorney's Office, Evelyn. Legislator, the question is still under review in the County Attorney's Office, and I will remind the County Attorney of your interest and that you asked the question again, but it is being looked at in County Attorney.
Okay. Now, within spending categories, thank you, Connell. Within spending categories, one of the questions was whether the legislature would have input as to specific grants. In other words, just to give you an example, one of the examples that I specifically mentioned last time was within the youth programs. I mentioned a group that's been very active here in my district and actually indeed beyond my district, and they're not one of the established programs, right? So are those other people going to be considered, and do we here in the legislature get a say in that? Going further, other such questions within the same general category, school districts. I know certain school districts are it's intended to give certain school districts money. Well, do we have a say as to which school districts and the distribution? What about private schools? What about charter schools? What about the religious schools?
So on the question of the process we're going to follow in the legislative involvement, our plan is to process the grants as quickly as we possibly can. We're in the process of developing guidelines for the eligible activities, and you wouldn't have to be a current county vendor in order to be eligible. So what would be posted on the county's Boost Nassau portal would be the information it would be an application, it would lay out the criteria, and then it would be treated as a grant through that portal. You know, we'll use some. The county's done this before.
Who decides?
Our consulting team and the county's team are putting together the guidelines and the criteria right now. So that hasn't been finalized.
So is it then your response that the legislature would not have a role in
No,
deciding?
that's not my response. Is that we're finalizing the guidelines and the criteria for the grant portal and the application process. We're not looking to upset the apple cart of the items that are already approved by the legislature versus items that maybe are grants and don't require that. So I'm not an expert in that realm. I just know that we're developing that procedure right now, and we'll be looking for guidance. I mean, I think if you recall, maybe this was before I was here, but there have been examples of the county receiving funding, emergency-related funding, such as the CARES Act and during Sandy. And in those, from what I understand, in those prior, almost similar emergency situations, we are able to move funds quickly through an application process. And that we're looking to sort of learn from those previous and hopefully do better and move things even quicker this time around. So, because we did hear some concerns about how long that took. Similarly with our septic program, as you know, there's an existing program that's already available for state funding for septic replacement. Once the legislature hopefully approves the new funding from ARP, we would use that as a model. The guidelines already are placed, the criteria for what you have to do in order to secure the funding from ARP would be available, and our residents will be able to apply.
Right. So
And,
another one of the questions, similar question again was...
One last, sorry, I'm sorry.
Sure, I'm sorry. Go ahead, please.
No,
I
just
didn't
one
mean to
last point
interrupt.
is we also obviously have the legislators participating in the Economic Advisory Council. Legislators McKevitt and Durgee Witten, and we could possibly, once we have this scoped out a little bit more in terms of the guidelines, we'd be happy to share it and have those discussions.
Another question that I had was whether some of these funds could not be used to displace some county borrowing in terms of, for instance, various capital projects in the allowable categories. We spend an awful lot of money every year. Perhaps this again would be a financial benefit to the county. The county is it's drowning in debt.
So I think on
perhaps
that,
we could avoid some.
Sorry, I apologize, legislator.
Go on,
Yeah, I
please.
think there's really 2 points on that. One is we're yet to see the specifics of the infrastructure package coming down from Washington, and also the second piece would be that we also have additional funds here. So I'm not precluding that. I just think it's not in this particular $62.9 million phase. There'll be future phases with additional items and additional support. So if you have specifics you'd like us to consider, we are extremely interested in receiving those.
All right, so I'll just conclude with a comment, and that is that with respect to these particular items, there are a lot of unanswered questions, and I don't particularly think we're ready to vote. But that's again, I'm speaking for myself. That's just my opinion. I'd like to get some answers before we go ahead and vote, because at this point, to some extent, it would be kind of a blank check.
Any other legislator Ferretti?
Good afternoon, Ms. Simmons. How are you?
I'm fine, legislator. How are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. The $20 million for the Boost Nassau program, that would be $10 million equally for the loan and for the grants, right?
Yep.
Would eligible businesses be able to apply for both?
Yes.
So you could get a grant and still apply for the loan?
And you can also apply, our Boost Nassau team is helping them apply for the state grant, which is a significant program as well, $800 million. So Regina Williams from the Boost Nassau team is here, and we've been really making an effort when we speak to the residents and business owners to encourage them to apply to the county's program, which again, we haven't pushed out as much as we would like because we're waiting for the $10 million to be allocated. I mean, we have some money in the account, but we're very anxious to really get started and work with all of you once we have the allocation of the $10 million. But we are encouraging businesses to do both. So all three, in theory.
Okay. Thank you. Now, the 2.5 for the schools, when we spoke last Monday, I had some questions about the eligibility for that, which school districts would be eligible, what the requirements would be, how that was going to be distributed. Do you have any further clarification on that issue?
I do not, and I don't know if anyone else from the administration has an answer on school districts. That's one piece I did not work on. I apologize. I'll see if I can get you something before we wrap today.
Okay.
You're looking for whether the charter schools are eligible?
Also, even the public school systems, how is it going to be divided? What are the eligibility requirements? Just similar to what Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell was saying, you're really just asking for 2.5 to be divided up however.
Well, someone can correct me here, Andy. I believe there's separate funding that's going directly to the school districts, and this pot is to provide them with assistance. Is that correct?
Good afternoon, Andy Perskoff, the Management and Budget. I believe that the intended purposes is to help some of the school districts that had broadband capability issues with at-home school learning. We haven't developed the plan as far as who the recipients will be and what the need will be, but I would imagine it will be based on need because school districts did receive an exorbitant amount of money in addition to relief from the federal government. So I think we're just trying to expand based on the guidelines that we have, that certain districts needed a little bit more boost or broadband boost, for lack of a better thing, to get them up and running for occasions that just occurred.
Yeah, I mean, that's just, to me, it's vague. I understand your response, and I appreciate some direction in terms of where you're looking to go with that funding. I just don't really know exactly what that means. I don't know which districts had broadband issues, you know, so I guess just some further clarification if you can get that. I mean, are you aware of any districts that have had broadband issues?
Legislator, me personally, no, but I did hear some of the districts did have some issues with getting, you know, online capabilities for student learnings, whether they were charter schools or public schools. I don't know the answer to that, but I think there were some issues. So,
you know, and I'll add, you know, this is a marker, one that we think is ready to fund and ready to go. We also really understand that as legislators, you may have more visibility into some of those things than we do. So we would urge you to, you know, get in touch with our office and happily talk to you as we try to sort out the details of making this funding available to the school districts that need it most. So, I mean, the guidelines, as I mentioned, for some of these programs are still in the works, but we feel confident we'll be able to get those together. And frankly, the discussion at these meetings has been helpful to us.
Yeah, it's hard. You know, I'm trying to wrap my head around it, and
it's
I mean,
new. Look, it's a new process for everyone.
I'm sure every district, public school district in Nassau County, had to make some changes to the way they spend their money over the last year. I mean, I know the districts in my legislative district, they bought little Chromebooks for every student, you know, and they were $100-something a student times however many students, and who ultimately pays for that? It's the taxpayers, right? Because when you get the school budget, it goes up for that amount. So, you know, every district really had unexpected expenses last year, and I'm sure each district would have a list of things that they weren't predicting they'd have to pay for, and I just don't know how you quantify like how we're going to be distributing this money. It's just a little, just would like a little bit more detail. With regard to a question Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell asked you, the $100 million, the 375 payments. I heard your response. I appreciate that. But last Monday when we had our hearing, we really had a pretty targeted question, and my understanding was that that the administration was going to meet with the Treasury Department, not just to discuss whether direct cash payments could be made to residents. I think that that's a foregone conclusion, and I think it was a foregone conclusion last Monday. I think that the question that we took away, or at least I took away, that you were going to be presenting to the Treasury Department is whether the county executive's proposal, which specifically was going to send direct $375 cash payments to 300,000 Nassau County households that were eligible for STAR and Enhanced STAR, was that question posed to the Treasury Department in your meeting late last week?
I understand there were discussions concerning both the direct cash payment itself as well as the universe of eligible recipients, and I know that we're still looking into that. So I don't have anything more to add on that point.
Well, that's tough, because tough for me to swallow, because that's exactly what we spent hours discussing last Monday, and that's exactly what you indicated that the administration was going to discuss with the Treasury Department late last week. So that wasn't brought up at the meeting? That wasn't...
I don't have anything more to say. We're going to go through, I think, the same thing we went through last week on this. You know, for better or for worse, the administration's position is that we are working on it, that we plan to file a plan with the legislature soon to carry out what the county executive has announced, and we are still in discussions with the U.S. Treasury Department and internal. So we intend to provide an opinion of counsel at the time. We intend to get you a plan as soon as we can, but I don't really have anything more to say today.
But you don't see how one is related to the other? In other words, that $100 million allocation, you want us to vote on $63 million right now,
right,
but we're contemplating $100 million for this 375. So our vote on this $63 million could change depending on how the $100 million goes. So I guess, you know, you kind of indicated you were going to have answers for us today after speaking to the Treasury Department late last week, and that doesn't sound like you do.
I don't have anything more to say. We will file a plan. We do think you can move on the $62.9 million of necessary relief for businesses, for our partner organizations who are very interested. I mean, some came and spoke to you last week, but anyone who's been on our Economic Advisory Council or who's out there, we have, you know, youth organizations and folks who help folks with mental health issues. There's really no reason to hold back this proposal due to the continued work that's going into the other one and getting it right. So, I feel, obviously our team feels strongly that these programs are fundable, that we're going to develop, finalizing some of the guidelines to push the money out fairly and transparently. The portal, we've moved pretty quickly to get a universal portal up, and we're adding to it every day with new opportunities. So we just encourage you to move this piece, and we'll continue to talk about the other one.
Back in May, when the plan was proposed for the direct cash payments for $375, the county executive stated that there was also, she was planning on also using the sales tax revenue that came in excess of what was predicted in the event that that was necessary to get these direct cash payments out. Is that still the plan of the administration in the event that this is the original plan of using this federal money for that purpose is not permissible?
I have no comment on that. I honestly don't know.
Does anyone from the administration know?
I think it's probably best if we stick with we'll file a plan soon, and we don't have any more comments on this item at today's meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Legislator Schaefer.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Good afternoon.
Okay, I have a question about the small business grant program.
Sure.
I see that it's $10,000 per eligible business.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And is that the max they can get, or is that what they will get, like regardless of?
That's what they will get. We
They will
actually decided, the restaurant grant, we had two levels of
Right.
funding. It was if you had under, 10 or under employees, you got $5,000, and 50 or under received $10,000. And we just decided for simplicity, many of the smaller businesses, actually the restaurants, we know they could have used it. We may, if we end up with enough funding, go back to some of those folks. But for right now, we're going with the $10,000 dollar figure. We think it's very helpful, and it just simplifies things as well.
Okay, and is that open for applications now already?
It is, and I'm always afraid to speak about it publicly because there's just what's left in the fund from the CDBG CARES Act special allocation through Kevin Crean's office. That could run out within the next month or so if we don't have additional funding from the legislature.
Okay. And then I wanted to ask you about the tourism program.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to, the $500,000 is going to support a marketing and promotional campaign for Nassau
Yes.
County. So can you tell me, like, how much do we spend on marketing and, promotional campaigning now?
The county right now allocates, and the Parks Department actually oversees this contract. Even though I consider tourism economic development, I actually don't live and breathe that contract. But I believe it's $1 million of hotel motel taxes that's generated and goes to Discover Long Island. And I think that's about a third of their budget. So we felt that $500,000, even though we got a lot of proposals and ideas from everyone from Stu Richner from the Herald papers to some of the members of the Economic Advisory Council, lots of folks talking about how to sort of boost Nassau's visitor profile, including something that they announced last week up in Port Washington, and Legislator DeReggie Whitten was up there talking about the downtown deals promotion. But we felt that half again, the budget was a good amount to do this, even though we know that New York City is spending, 30 times that on their tourism, that given our investment of $1 million, that $500,000 could be well spent in a good amount of time. And we would focus on the promotion of sort of, again, our downtown our attractions, our downtowns, our beaches, very Nassau specific, as opposed to the larger Discover Long Island effort, which is Discover Long Island and more regional. This would be just Nassau.
Okay, so this $500,000 will be in addition to the $1 million that
Yes.
we typically, and that's $1 million a year, you say?
Yes.
That we typically spend, okay. Okay, I think that was it. Thank you.
Legislator Ford, then Legislator Rhodes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
In regard to the small businesses, do we have a list of basically what type of businesses would be eligible for any type of
Yeah, we're
funding?
looking at primarily at the retail sector. Again, it's back to this notion of the downtowns and boosting our downtowns. So the application is currently up on the Boost Nassau portal. I don't know that I brought it with me, but we're looking at, sort of, if you think of who's ever on that main street, so it'll be the retail, the service to the end user purchaser. We're not looking to fund professional services necessarily, although we know many of them are located in our downtowns. We just felt that we really needed to target this. Again, $10 million for the number of businesses we have in Nassau. At some later date, perhaps we can add funding and expand it to professional services, for instance.
Okay, so maybe hair salons would still be
Hair
eligible?
salons would be eligible, I think, and yes.
Okay, and Mr. Sales, I think his name was, from...
Mr. Sales, yeah.
Right, I
Yep.
want to make sure, because he had indicated also, I guess some of his providers, the service.
Exactly.
So like the bread guy or the milk
Yeah,
guy,
I think
or whatever it is, or milk women, I should say, but what about them? I mean, are there, this would be basically the funding would only go to Nassau-based businesses, correct?
That's correct.
So if he gets his bread from somebody in Queens, that bread business would not necessarily be eligible.
That's right.
But
and
if
I'm not
it's-
sure about wholesalers either. Like that was the other piece. Again, if there was more funding, maybe we could look at something like that. Right now, it was for the retailer, the people selling.
Basically, I mean, but what about the ones that have the larger, a warehouse type of thing?
We just got an application for one of those actually, and so the team that's managing this for us asked the question, and we put it on hold for the moment while we sort that out. I do think again we'll have to see how many employees they have. If they're larger, they wouldn't be eligible. If they're smaller, again, having your feedback is helpful. For right now, we started with the retailers, but we could look at that.
And what about I know that one of the issues that we had in Sandy, okay,
Yes.
for the businesses was that they had to have been in business, so to speak, by a certain time in order to be eligible for any type of Sandy funding. So we had some restaurants that say opened up in March or April or June of 2012, and then the storm hit in October. So they lost everything. They completely were demolished. And because of they had to have been in business for a year prior to Sandy, I guess with tax records and things like that, they were not eligible. They couldn't get any help whatsoever. Are we going to limit ourselves, because, I mean, I think of some businesses that probably started right before, the pandemic hit. And if they are hanging on by that thread, would they be eligible for something like this, or that they could stay in business?
Yeah, we have them eligible, had to be in operation after March 1st of 2020 in an attempt to capture those that were, sort of a going concern. But, I'm going to check on that because I feel like with the restaurants, we went back a little further, and I just need to check.
So they have to have been in business prior to March 1st of
Yeah,
2020.
I'm not sure. No, it's after. I think it's just as long as they're after March 1st. We didn't have the same cutoff as we did with the restaurant
Right,
program.
if you could look
Again,
just,
the eligibility
you know,
changed because the ARP eligibility is not exactly the same as the CARES Act HUD grants.
Okay.
I mean, those were very targeted. You had to save at least one job. And there were other things about what the criteria were in the CARES, and so we've been in the process of making sure, actually, the application that's up now, it checks the box on both, because we thought as soon as we get the ARP funds, we could move quickly on new applications using the new funds. We wanted to make sure they were eligible. So that before or after March 1st date, I have to double check.
Perfect. And then with the veterans agencies, a lot of them, they have small little, service areas, they might have a bar set up, a kitchen, whatever, and then they have the hall or whatever. And I know that speaking with some of my veterans agencies down by me that have these establishments, that it was a little cumbersome, asking, for different information. They had to have so many employees. I mean, these are small businesses. I mean,
I know.
they're mom and pop type of things, okay? And they are part of Main Street. Even they may not necessarily be on Main Street, but they are part of, the fabric of a community because they do provide a lot of services. Is there any way to relax some of those rules to make it easier? I mean, some of them, they just maybe need $5,000 or maybe $8,000. They're not looking for large sums of money, but just something that maybe can help them because maybe their membership, like you think about, the people that help keep their VFW or American Legion, open, like those people could have been impacted by the pandemic. And of course, a lot of times they make that extra money by, people renting out the halls. Of course, none of that happened, last year. They couldn't do it. So I would ask that if there's any way that we could sort of relax the rules and just make it a tad bit easier for them so that it's, they're not asking, you're not asking for social security numbers of people and how many employees. I mean, usually it's the guy who's head of it.
I
He's
know.
like that he cleans the kitchen, he does everything, and he, so, I think that, in consideration of the services that they do provide to so many of our veterans anyway, that, we take a look at this and say, you know what, let's be a little bit kinder, especially to them, because, it is a good group. And also then I guess with the veterans, is this also then businesses, I know that a woman, she has forget the name of it, but she provides a service where she does outreach to the veterans. She'll do reflexology or whatever. So would she then, I'm asking, would that type of business, which she directs directly toward veterans, would that be another business that may be able to be eligible under the veterans?
Yeah, I think we would encourage her to apply, absolutely. And as long as they're either a nonprofit, 501c3, or if it's a small business, whichever way she would fall in, hopefully we could assist her. And on the other point, we have tried to scale back the documentation from the restaurant to now. But we've also have the benefit of having the Boost Nassau Center. So I don't want to minimize how much a real person can help when you're struggling with this, because we clearly have businesses, the minute they heard they had to, I think when we announced the restaurant grant program, there were businesses out there who thought they'll just give their name and a check was going to come. And unfortunately, we have federal restrictions and rules we have to follow, and they were one thing for CDBG-CV, they're slightly different under ARP. And the county has a responsibility to make sure, in this case, under ARP, that the business has suffered an economic loss due to the pandemic. And if we were to give checks out without somehow documenting that loss, then we would be to blame, and you would all be upset.
Right.
So,
and I
so
like the
I
oversight.
just
I
wanted
do
to
like
say that
you have to have
yep,
oversight.
we have to have
but
some
I like
paperwork.
the fact that you had said that you probably do district outreach, basically come
Yes.
into the districts. Because maybe we can coordinate it with our chambers.
With the
so that we
chambers,
can do a
yeah.
tutorial. Because I know that whenever we do the senior programs where people will figure out how to do their senior exemptions, whatever, it has always been very beneficial and has helped people where they can go right in and get everything done right then and there. So I think that it is a great program, and I will be happy to work with you in my district.
Would love
to bring it there. And then my last question, just with the loans. So so the difference between the loans and the grants are that the grants are a limited amount of money that a business will be getting
Yes.
if they're eligible, okay? But the loans, you're gonna actually then provide an opportunity for long range. So like you said, somebody may need, $100,000 just to
Exactly.
be able to tide them over till 2023 or something like that. Once the loan is paid back, okay, so they borrowed $100,000, I'm hoping that the interest will be very low.
Very low. We're
Very, very,
aiming
very
for very,
low.
very low.
Very, very low, okay. But when the proceeds are paid back, does that money go back to the federal government, or does it stay with us?
That is an excellent question, and as of last Friday, I was still waiting for an answer based on the Treasury. I think that's a question that's, I don't believe it goes back to the Treasury. I think it depends. I think it would probably stay in the fund that we created. I believe it can stay longer than the 2026, but we're waiting for confirmation of that. So, because obviously we want it to be revolving, not just come back in. The consultant we've been working on this, National Development Council, they believe it can be a revolving fund that goes out, but I'm waiting for confirmation of that from the Haggerty Consulting
So
that
then
is
it may
helping
be
us.
something that we can then, over the years,
That would be
just
wonderful.
constantly recycle back out to
Exactly.
businesses on
Exactly.
a small business type of thing. And then I know that with the 375, when it was proposed, I read in the paper that it was, the belief was that, if, say you gave it to the Star homeowners, that would be subjected to federal tax, so that the people would only realize $250, This money, the grant money that will be given to businesses and whatever, that is not subject to taxes at all.
I don't know if Connell knows the answer to that. I'll always defer tax questions to Connell.
Okay, so I hope he
Yeah,
can respond to that, because
Yeah, I
that
don't-
would be something very key.
I don't know if we're
Unfair to the
qualified to
businesses.
answer.
Oh, I didn't realize
Tax-
he was
He's on.
I'm sorry, Connell, I
Yeah,
didn't know you were there.
Yeah, I don't know if the county's able to answer tax questions that apply to individuals.
So we need to find out, right? Yeah. Okay, all right, thank you.
Well, again, I don't know if it's something the county's able to, provide an opinion on, whether someone's individually going to be taxed. I don't know. I can also ask the county attorney that question, but I don't know if that's something that is, within our, ability to determine.
But I think it's an important issue that we need to, because, you don't want, like, if the businesses think they're going to receive $20,000, but in the long run it's only 15, it could then, paying that tax on the money may end up being another hardship for them. So I'm hoping that maybe we could try to get that clarified and make it so that, like maybe if we go to Senator Schumer, to just confirm and have it, whatever they need to do, to ensure the fact that this money would not be taxed, that there's no taxes that would be owed, and it would be clearly a tax-free grant. That's what my request would be. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Thank you,
Legislator
Presiding
Lay,
Officer.
Legislator Dorn.
Ms. Simmons, Deputy County Executive Simmons, I know you've been asked about this before, and I know it's an uncomfortable topic for the administration to be discussing, but I do feel compelled to press for an answer. We know, based on what we've been told by the administration, that there seems to be universal agreement that direct cash payments can be made to residents using the ARPA funds, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
And we know that the administration's plan was to provide roughly 300,000 residents with $375 payments based upon their eligibility for SCAR. That was the plan, right?
Correct.
Based upon the fact that you're telling us that the administration has to get back to us with a new plan, can we infer from that we are not able to use SCAR as a basis for making those payments as promised?
I don't think that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that we're going to file a plan. It wouldn't be a new one because we haven't filed one before. So just the specific details of what will be in the county executive's plan will be before you in short order.
Well, no,
I just don't have anything more to say today.
You didn't file a plan, but the county executive went out and had a press conference, and that's the plan that she announced. I mean, it's not something that was filed with the legislature, it was filed with the public.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So are we to assume that the plan that will be filed with the legislature is that roughly 300,000 residents will receive $375 payments based upon SCAR?
I don't have anything more to say on this today. I'm sorry, legislator, I just don't.
Well, the conversation take place with the Treasury Department late last week, as was indicated at last week's hearing.
And I
right?
reported to you that the senator supports the cash payments strongly. The U.S. Treasury has indicated that we can make them, and that we're looking to maximize the scope of the eligible universe of recipients, and we will have a plan to you as soon as we can.
Oh, is it the administration's plan to make it available to more than just SCAR recipients?
I don't have any further comment on
Well,
the plan at all.
Did anyone on this call, were you present on the call?
I was not.
Okay. Who was actually on that call with the Treasury Department?
I actually don't know.
Was Connell Denyon on the call with the Treasury Department?
This is Connell. I was on the call, and I will defer any questions to the administration, to my client, on the nature of the call.
We are your client, Connell.
Well, again, I don't really want to get into, again, the administration, it's up to I think the county executive to advise whether or not she's, going to, answer questions about that with counsel on the call. I realize that the county attorney's office works for the entire county, but as you know, there are questions when counsel represents, the county, but also the county executive the person reports to the county executive. So I'm going to defer those questions to the administration.
Well, I only have two questions, Mr. Denyon. I mean, question one is, was the question asked whether or not direct payments can be made using SCAR as the basis of STAR? I keep saying SCAR. I don't want to get into assessment.
That's not.
Using STAR as the criteria for eligibility. Because based on the hearing last week, that really was the only relevant question. So was the question asked?
Again, I'll defer, the question to the administration. Questions regarding the call and
All
to
right.
the administration.
So as our counsel, which you are, Mr. Denyon, you're refusing to answer that question?
And I'm not refusing to answer it. I'll also have to take that up with the county attorney, who I report to as well. So, again, between the administration and the county attorney, I can discuss that question, and we can get you an answer. Whatever the administration, says on this issue. I don't know if Katie's there, but I believe that they've, spoken to the issue, and I'll defer to them on whether they want council to address any particular questions or whether they'd like to do that themselves.
Well, who else was on the call, Mr. Denyon? You may not feel
Again,
comfortable answering that question, but I'm curious if any of the other participants in the call might be able to answer it. So who else was on that call?
Okay, I'm going to, again, defer those questions to the administration. I don't know if Katie's there in the room, but I think it's a question of, between the legislature and the administration now, and I'll defer to the administration on how they would like to address that question.
I mean, I'll speak for the administration and just reiterate what we've said. I've said it already. I don't think it's going to change, that we have nothing more to say on this topic, and we would really be very respectfully and thankfully appreciate if we can try to look at the $62.9 million item before you and continue discussions on the other item on a separate track. That's really where we are, legislator. We could go around it, but that's where we are.
But the problem is, as Legislator Ferretti pointed out, is that the conversation is not just about the $62.9 million, because how we spend the $62.9 million, or whether it can be more than that, depends upon the answer as to what the acceptable use is of the $100 million. If that $100 million is on the table, then we can talk about maybe supplementing what's in the $62.9 million, shifting it around, using it for other priorities, that are related to pandemic expenses. I mean, it's to say that we're only going to talk about the $62.9 million that's before us. And by the way, we don't have a lot of information about that $62.9 million, other than that you want to spend $62.9 million. There is an interrelationship between the two. We're talking about a part of a pool of $192 million that's available to be spent, that's already in the county's coffers. And, I know the administration would like to handle it in a piecemeal fashion because it might be more convenient for them. But we also, as legislators, have to look at the broader scope of the entirety of the 192 to make sure that where we're spending it is spending it in a way that best reflects the priorities that are best going to help businesses and residents in the pandemic.
I understand your position. We do think this hearing and this meeting, I should say, and the vote is on the $62.9 million. The other item is not before you today. We did not bring it forward to you, and we would appreciate your vote on this item. We do think that you have some flexibility, given the significant amount of funding coming in still this year and next year, to fund the 62.9, address the other proposals separately, and still come up with great ideas of other things you think we should include that we might have missed in our $62.9 million of assistance for small businesses that need it, for youth services organizations that are poised and ready to help our young people, and all the rest of it, legislators. So it's a matter of sort of approach. I understand you disagree with the administration's approach, but we are here we are, and we would respectfully request a vote on the item before you.
I appreciate that position from the administration, and it's clear that we're not going to receive an answer. I do find it rather instructive, however, that the one question that we asked at the hearing, which we were promised an answer to, based upon the conversation that the administration was having with the Treasury Department, you were refusing to provide us with that answer. And it's rather telling, because I suspect it's an answer that you didn't want to get. And it's an answer that probably will prevent you from being able to use STAR as the basis for making those direct cash payments, which leads to a bevy of other questions. And whether those questions are answered today or whether those questions are answered a few weeks down the road when the administration finally presents its plan, if residents are not receiving the $375 check based upon STAR that the administration promised in a very public way, intentionally, residents need to know that. You know, it's an issue of transparency. It's an issue of fairness. They need to know it. So, you know, I'll accept. I have no choice but to accept your answer. But you know, at this point, I'll move on. But we really need to. We really deserve to have that information. Now, with respect to the Boost Nassau local business program, do we actually have a definitive answer? And actually, I'll switch to the Boost Nassau Small Business Loan Program because I believe them to be interrelated. Do we really have an answer, a definitive answer, since you're asking us to approve $10 million for this loan program? Whether that $10 million is going to have to go back to the federal government in 2026 when we're required to have exhausted the funds? I know you mentioned that
we believe that the
you
funding,
believe it,
yes,
but do
and
we
we're
have an
waiting
answer
for
out of the Treasury
confirmation
Department?
from Haggerty Consulting that's looking at it right now. I mean, either way, the ARP allows for loans. Okay, so I don't believe they intended for the money to go back. I think the loan programs that have been set up in the past have all Boost Nassau, which we funded through New York Forward. It gets paid back into a fund, but it doesn't go back to the federal government. So but I just don't want to speak out of turn because we were, the Haggerty Consulting team wanted to double check with the Treasury and review the guidelines in detail, and they said it might even need a comment in advance of the July date. But the consultant that had managed the prior loan fund for us believes it can be a long-term loan program that sort of grows Nassau. I'm hoping they're right, and that's where we are on it. But either way, you have quite a few years to loan and get the money back. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to do something along those lines.
But the concern that I have is that when we had the hearing last Monday, the idea was for us to ask questions and for us to be able to get answers in advance of us having to vote on something. So right now, the administration is asking us to vote to allocate $10 million towards a loan program when we don't have a definitive answer from the Treasury Department that we're actually able to, that we're not going to wind up forfeiting that $10 million because it actually wasn't dispersed.
No, a loan program is absolutely allowable under ARP guidelines. I know it is, and the specific guidelines of our program need to be written in a way to ensure we get the maximum use out of those loan dollars for the most businesses in Nassau County. We have not crafted the loan in that final detail and had it scrubbed by our consultants yet. But I can assure you that we will advance a loan program. It will be consistent with ARP guidelines, and that and I think you'll be pleased with the effort, just as the one was that we advanced through the CARES Act funding, and that many businesses took advantage of. And I can get you a report on that as well.
So if I can ask,
we're using this money very wisely and prudently, and some of this in a little bit in the weeds details with the Treasury guidance. It has been evolving. We are very anxious to do everything exactly right, and I understand your concern, legislator.
Well, it's not really a discussion that's in the weeds. It's a discussion that's relevant because we're limiting the amount of money that we're providing as a grant program so that we can create a $10 million loan program, which we think we're able to do, and we think we might not have to turn the money back in 2026. The question that I have, which I don't know if Mr. Persich is still in the room, you know, and I sort of said this at the hearing, you know, for me, the context of this is what happened with the CARES Act money. You know, we were told there was a $385 million deficit. The administration asked us to approve the use of CARES Act funds. 95% of the CARES Act funds that we got to cover salaries and benefits to help close a budget gap. And then the next month we're announcing that there's a $78 million surplus. So there's $78 million that could have gone to businesses, that could have gone to residents, that could have gone to a variety of other pandemic-related uses that's sitting in a county bank account right now, as opposed to having provided that relief. And so when we're analyzing this, forgive me, I know that the administration wants to fairly and transparently distribute this money, but transparency hasn't really been a strong suit here. So I'm looking at how we're spending this money in the context of wanting to have solid answers before I actually give up the only voice that I have on this, which is my vote on the plan. We want to provide this money. We want to get it out to the public, but we need you to help us by providing us the information that we need in order to be able to do that.
Understood. I believe we can reallocate funds. Andy can correct me if I'm wrong.
My question for Andy is, for Mr. Persich is, look, there's a question with respect to this loan program and whether or not we're ultimately going to have to turn back the $10 million if it's not exhausted. We don't have a definitive answer on that. And so in the short term, why isn't a better plan to simply take the $10 million allocation, allocate it to the grant program so that there's $20 million in grants, and use part of the $78 million that's sitting in surplus that should have gone to businesses and residents in the first place, and use that to fund the loan program and provide twice the impact?
I'll defer on whether we can use surplus money to create a revolving loan program on the local finance, or I think Connell will probably be better to answer that. I don't think we can do that. I think with the ARP funding, though, because it's federal money, it doesn't restrict us, so it's a segregated, it's not taxpayer money. Remember, money we have in the general and the 5 member operating funds come from tax collection, so it gets a little, I will say, dicey with that. That said, I think the ARP funding, the plan with the loan program is to create a revolving loan program that will be in
I understand the concept, and I
have.
agree with the concept. The question is, should we be using money that we can hand directly to businesses and saying, you know what, we're going to take $10 million and we're going to put that in our pockets and we're going to dole it out as part of a loan program where ultimately the $10 million in principal will still be county dollars, as opposed to being used to assist businesses and residents in direct payments.
I completely understand what you're saying. I think it gets into a little bit more of a gray area of the buckets that I term them as, what you can do with certain buckets of money. This bucket of money, I think, meets the criteria that it's eligible for a loan program. Now, can it go endless? I think that's one of the questions out there. But I think this is the policy of the administration. They put forth a plan saying we're going to give $10 million in grants and we're going to do $10 million in a loan program. And it's like with every other budget here. I mean, it's dynamic. This is all new, and it's guidance changes. I mean, CARES guidance changed day to day. But that said, I think it's one of those things that it's a policy decision, of course. You know what I mean? And I think we set a plan forward in front of you to make a decision that we want to do this loan program. So.
No, I know that's the administration's decision. I'm just, all too often it seems as though the administration's approach is, well, we think we can do this, and if we can't, then we'll deal with the consequences later. I don't want a situation where in 2026 we're looking back at this and saying, oh gosh, well, I guess we shouldn't have used it for loans because now we got to write the federal government a check for $10 million to pay them back the money. Wouldn't it make more sense to get the answer to that question first? Before we actually create the loan program, and if the answer is something that we don't like, we can reallocate those $10 million towards a grant program? I mean,
I just want to be clear. Our National Development Council, they're a very well-regarded national nonprofit that's been running the county's restaurant grant, loan, and the new Main Street grant program using all their dollars. They proposed how to run the $10 million loan program. We're just in the process, and they believe it can be done, and it can be a very significant effort for Nassau County's businesses. We are double-checking everything with Haggerty, who's a newly onboarded consultant, to make sure that what they've said is accurate so that we can spend the money this way. I believe we can reallocate if we needed to, if it turns out that we choose to do more in grants and rather than the loan. But again, you are clearly allowed to do a loan program under ARP.
Yeah, I get that you can do the loan program. The ultimate question is whether you're able to keep the money that you use as principal beyond 2026.
Yep,
and you don't know the answer to that, right?
Connell can help me out. I think we took a quick look at that, and we asked Haggerty Consulting to confirm that we could. And we were
But
waiting for an answer.
As we sit here today, where we're supposed to be voting on this, we don't know that answer.
I'm hesitant to say I personally don't know for sure. So that's where we are.
Okay, and it's
National Development Council.
We asked National Development Council about the $100 million?
No.
I didn't think so.
They've been involved with the business grants and loans from the beginning of the pandemic. A
So
longtime consultant to the Office of Community Development and very well regarded.
Now, do we have a definition yet as to what a retail sector business is? Because that was one of the questions that was asked on Monday.
I apologize. I did not bring the application for the Boost Nassau grant program with me for today's vote. I had it last week because I thought that would be discussed at the hearing. We do have the specific outlines of the application that's currently, as I said, up on the portal for CDBG CARES Act, and it was consistent with what's eligible under the ARP as well. I just don't have it with me, legislator. I apologize.
Okay.
But a retail business is what you would think it is. It's the retailers that are on the main streets, you know, the laundromat and the little store, corner store. It's the bagel shop that wasn't eligible for the restaurant grants. They're eligible now. We've tried to expand it to reach everyone as you walk down that main street and you pass a small business. Those are the folks we're aiming to help.
Now, the $10,000 limit on these grants is a self-imposed limit, isn't it?
Yes.
So we're not limited by the federal government.
No.
As far as the $10,000, so we could make it more if we wanted to.
That's correct.
And the rationale behind using the loan program versus the grant program is that it enables us to give out larger loans than the $10,000 that we've self-imposed as a limit.
That's correct.
So in theory, if we were to scrap the loan program and give a grant program, we could actually increase the $10,000 and make it more useful for certain businesses.
I believe you could. I think, again, you have to go back to the purpose of the ARP funding is to make up for losses due to the pandemic, and businesses do need to make a showing of that. So for many small businesses, sort of at the size, we have found the $10,000 mark to be what they find helpful. The state is using the same dollar figure. So
to be perfectly honest, I mean, a mom and pop business that closed their doors for 3 months during the pandemic, the $10,000 is barely going to cover rent.
As I mentioned, we're encouraging them to go for the state's program as well. So we're working very closely with them to get them as much money as we can.
And by the way, if anyone has already, and I believe you indicated that the Boost Nassau program is already giving out grant money through CBDG, I believe you said?
CDBG.
Are businesses that have already received grant money going to be eligible again to receive grants through?
As of now, we were thinking no. We would like to see a bucket of businesses get the grant money. The only one category I mentioned is perhaps some of the restaurants who might have gotten the smaller dollar figure. If we have funds available at a later date, we might try to fund them again. But right now, we're looking to fund new businesses, not those who just received a restaurant grant.
And the other question that I had that I would just like an answer to back on Monday was that we're using $9 million for infrastructure, essentially for infrastructure projects, including $3 million for the septic tank fund that you want to create. My concern with that is not that the programs themselves aren't valuable programs. I mean, clearly they are. There's a clear environmental impact, certainly with respect to the septic tank program. But the question that I have is whether it's really an appropriate use of what are supposed to be COVID relief funds for an item that really isn't directly related to COVID. Mr. Persich or Mr. Denyon, would we be able to use budgetary surplus or another county fund to fund those programs as we do any other infrastructure program, and free up $9 million to be put into either direct payments or grants to local businesses.
But you're talking about the infrastructure for water and sewer, right?
Right.
I mean, that is eligible under ARP.
I understand you can do it, right? My question is, are there sources of funding that we can use within the county's existing funds outside of the $192 million that we're receiving, that we can use to fund those programs and free up $9 million to go into direct pandemic relief, which I believe is more appropriately suited to where this money should go?
Well, I think the federal government considered this direct pandemic relief by including water and sewer in the eligible categories for ARP expenses. And the administration has tried in the $62.9 million plan to balance a number of very worthy causes, as you mentioned. And so in the scheme of things, we think the $9 million is the right figure for this use at this time. I know Deputy County Executive Schneider is looking at some other items in the space of sort of environmental and other areas. But for right now, we felt this was the right amount for something that is clearly eligible. And again, we're anxious to get some of these programs started. I think there was a lot of interest in both the septic program and the water conservation initiatives, which is a multi-year
Oh, I'm sure there is, and I'm sure they're valuable. But my question isn't whether it's acceptable under the guidelines that are imposed by the federal government. My question is, are there other monies that we could be using to fund them, not as part of this pandemic program? In other words, can we use part of the $78 million surplus? Can we use that to fund the program?
I will get back to you on the legislator. I don't know the answer to that. The only funding source that I would think would probably be because it's got sewage related and that type of an effect may be coming out of the sewer and stormwater fund. But, I don't know the answer to that question, whether I can take surplus dollars to give a taxpayer relief on a septic system in his house. You know what I mean? I don't think that fits the general purpose of like LFL as far as how we, disperse money out. So from the general fund to the 5 major operating funds, I don't fit the criteria. I don't know about the sewer and stormwater.
And again, it's got nothing to do with the validity of the idea of the concept itself. It's just I'd like to maximize the dollars that we're using, that we're getting from the federal government for things that are directly related to the pandemic and getting help into the hands of people who suffered as a result of COVID-19. If there's another way for us to accomplish the same goal through the septic program using other funds, I would prefer to do that. And I'd love to get the answer to that question before we actually had to vote on this, which is one of the reasons that I asked the question on Monday, last Monday. So if we could please get an answer, that would help me figure out what I want to do with this.
We'll get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Legislator Millet.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. So I was listening to what was being said about the Boost Nassau business, particularly the grant funding. So that's $10 million. Is that correct?
Yes.
Oh, well, let me backtrack a little bit before that. The group that was put together that had the Hofstra president and
the Economic Advisory Council.
Yes, and that was all based on questionnaires that were sent out to, and you got responses from I think around 1,000.
That's correct, legislator.
Businesses, right? So were the answers to those questionnaires what formed the basis of this plan that you're using?
It was one of the inputs that we used. We also looked at which they, clearly residents and businesses who responded were interested in small business grants. They liked loans as well for longer term investment and to help them recover from larger losses. We also looked at the HRNA study that was done for the Roush Foundation about how to help downtowns, which also talked about grants and loans and the direction of ARP funding to those purposes. HRNA actually presented to the members of the Economic Advisory Council, which includes, as the legislators who serve on it know, all of the major Chamber of Commerce, the Hispanic American Chamber, the African American Chamber, and also the Council of Chambers. And we also have small business people themselves on. And of course, everyone says we'd love to have a grant. I mean, you always want the cash infusion, but there is interest in loans, and so it did come from all those sources that I mentioned.
So the decisions that were made were based on studies and based on the actual
Recommendations.
interests of the small business owners themselves. Is that correct?
I think that's fair to say, and I think and people have spoken directly to me and to the county executive. So, like, sort of in all these different forums, you hear the same thing. And many people will say forgivable loan, as opposed, because they want the larger amounts and they know that there's just a limited pot of funding. The forgivable loan, my understanding is, I think only the federal government can forgive loans. And so what we're looking at is an extremely low interest, 1%, just to keep folks engaged in the program.
Okay. So then let me get back to my original question, which the $10 million for the grants, and then it was another $10 million for the loans. Is that correct?
Separate.
Separate, right. But if we don't pass the $62 million today, which would include the 10 million and the 10 million, then I think I heard you say that people who come to the Boost Nassau office and apply for the grants, that money will not be available. Is that correct?
Yeah, we have a few $100,000, I'm going to say, left in the CDBG CV account that we have.
I'm sorry, can you repeat
I'm
the
sorry,
amount?
it's CDBG.
No, I got that. What was the amount?
A few $100,000.
Oh,
I think there's
not
about
much.
300,000. We had about
Okay.
800,000 left in Kevin Crean's Office of Community Development CDBG account. This was all CARES, Special CARES Act allocation that you all directed. And that's how we did the food distributions and free PPE kits and grants and loans in the height of the pandemic. So there was some money left in there. I think about 350 is already, it's not out the door because it's a reimbursement, but it's on its way out the door. So at 10,000 a pop, it'll go pretty quickly.
Right.
If we don't have the new influx of funding from the ARP.
Right. Okay, so to my way of thinking, we should be doing what we can to help the small businesses, and so I do support this. Thank you.
Thank you, legislator. Appreciate it.
Legislator Gaylor?
All right. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Deputy County Executive Sinis. How are you today?
I'm fine. How are you?
All right, so I have a couple questions, just I need some clarification. On grants that we've already given during COVID to businesses to help them out, would they also be eligible again for grant money, or would they fall to the bottom and we'd be looking to give grant money to different businesses? Because I thought I heard you say that 1 in 5 businesses have received some kind of grant already. Would this grant money target the other 4 out of 5?
Yeah, so that was out of the number of full-service restaurants that we think there are in Nassau County. That's based on the Department of Health's. We only provided restaurant grants to full-service restaurants that had a permit with the county. Again, this was in the height of COVID when safety was an issue, so we also wanted to follow very closely with our health department, and they were a huge help. But we are, at this point, planning to look for a larger, again, it's a larger pool of small businesses, not just the small business restaurant, and we're looking to fund as many as possible with the $10 million. And not to give repeat grants to the restaurants who already received a grant, at least not initially.
Okay, and so is the awarding of the grants, is it based on a first come, first serve, or is there some kind of order of merit listing based on criteria, or what determines business A gets it and not business B or C or D gets it versus A, B, or C?
It's to some extent it's first come, first serve, entering the portal and submitting all the right paperwork, right? You don't fully enter it until you get everything in. But then in terms of who gets funded, they have to meet the criteria outlined in the application, which follows the ARP eligibility. So again, they have to prove that they've had economic harm due to the pandemic. They have to promise to use the funds for certain types of expenses like rent, and they commit to that on sort of in the portal process, and then they're funded.
So how will the public become aware? What's the administration's plan to publicize these various programs?
I actually included in the budget before you is there's 500,000, for the Boost Nassau Center itself, which includes the temporary staffing that we've put in there. We have a great team that Dr. Regina Williams from the Office of Minority Affairs is leading. We have about 3 new hires and a few more on the way, so it'll support the staffing, but we're also looking to place some advertisements to get the word out about the Boost Center itself and the resources that are available. We're also looking to spend another $1 million plus, about $1.5 million, for partnerships with nonprofit organizations. That would include, I mean, we've gotten some proposals already from Hofstra University. We know the Nassau Council of Chambers of Commerce wants to be involved to get the word out. We had Eric Alexander present last week at the public hearing, stating that, you know, we had to get the word out at the ground level. So to the extent that these potential partners are nonprofits, we would be able to fund them with, again, it all goes back to the portal. Applications would be made by these nonprofit organizations. Like I mentioned, Hofstra, Nassau Community College may have a way to get out to the businesses, I'm not sure, but they would be eligible to participate in our efforts to get the word out. And then in addition to that, as I mentioned, we're looking to take the Boost Nassau program on the road as our things have opened up and we can do public meetings again and go visit folks in libraries and community centers. We would follow the lead of our offices of Minority Affairs, Hispanic Affairs, and Asian Affairs, and set up programs in libraries and places like that. And we'd love to work collaboratively with legislators in their districts.
So if I heard you correctly, the small business restaurants would have to apply through some nonprofit agency to get into the portal, or?
Oh, no, I'm talking about, I'm sorry, how we're going to get the word out.
Yeah, I mean, I want to know how the small business restaurant owner is going to know that this program exists
I'm
to
sorry.
apply for.
Yeah, I was just telling you all the different ways we're going to get the word out.
I got it, and I understand 100 different agencies.
Yep, they got to go to the portal.
Right,
Boost Nassau.
But so how are they going to know that? What's the
You're going to tell them,
administration's
and I'm going to tell them, and the county executive's going to keep saying it, and we're going to have newsletters and flyers, and we're going to get the word out. And our outreach offices will host programs, and we're going to look at it as a partnership with all of you. And, you know, Regina Williams will just be out there as well, so she's a powerhouse. So we'll get the word out. I assure you, legislator, if the money is allocated, we will let people know it's there, and we'll encourage you to join us in that effort.
Sure. All right, so I think I heard you say, and I'm paraphrasing, but it might be pretty correct. There's a lot of interest in water and sewer programs when it came to the $9 million or $10 million funding. I would assume then there was not a lot of interest for our veterans, because you've only allocated $1 million for the 42,500 veterans that live in Nassau County. And 42,500 veterans that live here would benefit individually maybe to the tune of $22 if we were to divvy up that $1 million. And I know your list of what you want to do with the $1 million includes such things as provide transitional housing, food, financial literacy, employment training, health care, mental health, counseling, substance abuse counseling, emergency housing, food pantry, employment counseling, educational benefits. How does $1 million do that for 42,500 people? Veterans who have served our country, so that we could sit here today and talk for hours about this ARP funding, but yet the administration only grants $1 million for our veterans, but a lot of interest in water and sewer programs. I think there's a disconnect there. So I'd like to hear what your thoughts are on why we've disrespected the veterans.
Legislator, thank you for the opportunity to comment on that. At last week's public hearing, I'm not sure if you were here for this part, Deputy County Executive Kyle Rose Louder laid out the plan for helping the veteran nonprofit organizations. And I think her point was, but again, this is not my area, is that our own Department of Veteran Services does a tremendous amount dealing directly with veterans and helping them and getting them all kinds of assistance, as evidenced by the recent stand down. The idea, though, is that there are nonprofit organizations who support veterans who do not currently have contracts with the county, and that we're looking to start some new partnerships with those organizations, and that the Department of Veteran Services, I believe, identified those organizations. I think there may have been some conversations with some of them, and that the $1 million was based on a determination of what would be a good, sort of first-year effort with those nonprofit organizations. Again, as something new and above what the county's own Office of Veteran Affairs does to support our veterans, who we obviously care very deeply about.
Sure, our Veteran Service Agency does a great job. There's no doubt about it. And Ralph Esposito and every one of the employees over there should be commended for the efforts that they do. So my understanding is then none of this $1 million will go to supplement the Nassau County Veteran Service Agency. Is that correct?
I believe it's for nonprofit partners of the counties to provide services, which is the case for some of the other categories of where we're providing funding as well, for youth services, for Office of the Aging. This is to provide supplemental funding to the county's partners who provide direct services to those individuals.
And who are those partners?
I believe that Deputy County Executive Kyle Rhodes-Louder presented on that last week. I don't have the list of.
That was before committee. We're here before the full legislature. Is the Deputy County Executive here to talk, to speak? Can you call to get her to speak?
If it's necessary, we can see if she's available.
Would you do that for me,
you're looking
please?
for a list of the agencies that we intend to fund?
I want to know how the $1 million is going to be spent. Who's it going to be given to?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let me
and
give
I want
you.
to know what input the county administration used to determine why only $1 million was allocated from these monies to veterans. It's pretty simple.
I know the intention is to, again, as we've mentioned, applications would be on the portal for nonprofit organizations to submit proposals for what they, again, with criteria that will be developed for them to apply for funds in the veteran services area, as is the case with youth services, mental health services, and others. And again, the department heads have been very involved in this. We have some throughout the Health and Human Services vertical, some very knowledgeable team members. I believe they've identified those nonprofit partners that we already have. But as I mentioned, in the area of the VSA, we do not have partners that receive funding from the county. So this would be a new effort. So I look at it as though this is something we've never done before, and a great opportunity for the administration to stake its claim and help veterans in a new way by providing funding directly to nonprofits that provide those services. So again, with all due respect, I don't look at it as a negative. I think it seems to me as to be a positive that we would be doing something we've never done before.
Sure. But I'd like to know which nonprofit agencies you're talking about, because there are many of them that come under heavy scrutiny because their administrative fees are very costly, and the amount that they actually push forward for the veteran is de minimis for every dollar they get. High overhead, they keep the money, they pay their salaries for themselves, and they give very little to the veteran. So I think it behooves us to know who we're giving the money to, and to what their overhead costs are, and exactly how much of each dollar is going to be given to or in support of a veteran. I mean, it's pretty straightforward.
That's an important point. And I think that maybe as part of the criteria that are developed for determining which of the nonprofits receive grants, one of the criteria we can ask to include is what's the percentage going back to administrative costs. I mean, that's a great suggestion, legislator, and happy to take it back and make sure the VSA team and Deputy County Executive Rhodes-Louder take that into account.
Yeah, please do. Veterans are an important
Absolutely.
part of our county here, and we owe them a lot. So please take that back. Please take my comments and concerns, and thank you for the great job you've done. Thank you.
Minority Leader.
How are you, Mr. Miss?
I'm well. How are you,
Good.
Minority Leader?
Good. Well, thank you. This is my first time back.
I know. Good to see you.
And there's like an echo. I'm sorry. Okay. It's like an echo in here. I'm glad to see that these will be removed at some point. But I'm happy to hear, one, that your use, or the county's use of the rescue plan money is proceeding forward. I am concerned because from what I'm hearing from the majority is that there's potential that it may be tabled. I'm concerned because I've heard from at least residents throughout the county for the last, I guess, 13, 14 months, those that have struggled, those that have wanted to see the direct payment that they received from the federal government directly some time ago, they are still struggling. And that doesn't only include residents, that includes all the entities that we're talking about helping through the rescue plan today. So I'm hopeful that this will go forward, but it sounds like it won't. I do have a question because I know there's been a lot of discussion that's been centered and around the 375 direct-to-payment assistance, the initiative that the county executive announced some time ago. That is, I just want to make sure that's clear for the record, that is not before this body today. However, I do respect the majority's concerns in regards to whether or not the amount would be permissible based off of the guidelines of using STAR. I'm correct in that?
You are correct, legislator.
Okay, so we can help a handful of folks to the tune of almost $63 million and get that process going today. One of the questions and why, my finance director, Michelle Darcy, was coming up to me, I just want to be clear, of the $62.9 million, how much of that will be contractual expenses that would come back to the legislature? So those that are asking questions in regards to, well, we have potentially a blank check that's going to go out, I believe a substantial amount of that would come back to the legislature at some point for a rules committee. Well, it wouldn't be for the entire legislature, let me clarify that. It would be for rules committee members in that particular committee. Do you know that amount?
As part of the supplemental appropriation that we presented forward to you, it's
Yes.
$60.4 million.
So 60.4 of the 62.9 would come back to this body in the form of contracts before the Rules Committee. So not all 19 of us, but some of us that sit on that committee would have an opportunity to review those contracts and see how this money's being spent. I get it, but I'm saying that's a substantial amount, though.
The answer to the question is yes. It's going to be in it'll be part of the contractual service line, and then who we enlist to do these programs will come before you.
Okay. So to me, I don't see, and is there any impediment from your discussions, and I'm assuming your discussions with the Department of Treasury or even with the majority leader in the Senate, Chuck Schumer, have been more centered around the direct payments, but has there been any discussions in anything that you've presented as part of the 62.9 that is not permissible by the Department of Treasury or anyone you've spoken to? So all these, what I'm driving at is all these particular measures that you have identified in terms of using the 62.9 has been deemed permissible, whether by the Department of Treasury or any entity in the federal government.
We vetted these programs through our consultants as well as our internal vetting process that we have here. So we believe that all these programs are eligible under the ARP guidance that was given to us.
So if I may, let me just try to summarize this. So we have 62.9 million, of which there's been no entity in the federal government, and based on your discussions with the federal government, they've all been vetted and seem to be approved for use based off of those guidelines. On top of that, of the 62.9 million, 60.4 million, which I don't know the percentage of that, maybe you know Andy better than me. I mean, that sounds like a very high percentage, like 98% of it will come back to this legislative body for a vote. So even though things may not be clear in terms of how well defined it may be to some that want to see it on this particular body, a large percentage of it, which to get the ball rolling, a large percentage of it would come back to this legislative body, to the Rules Committee body for a particular vote. So to me, I don't see the great impediment. I've heard from residents now for the last 13, 14, 15 some odd months. They're struggling. They need this. I think any time delaying this process whether it's a week or 2 weeks or 2 months, is going to be a disservice to those constituents. And I'm talking about the business community, the community-based community. I think to their standpoint, it would be a disservice. If I could spend 2 seconds, because I know my colleagues have spent some time talking about the direct payment in terms of more clarity. The direct payment, I know we're trying to define the universe, and Ms. Timmis, I heard your questions in regards to your statement in terms of leaving it where that is today. There are certain populations, though, within that particular universe of using the STAR program, which would be up to $500,000 per household. There are certain, I would think, demographics of folks that would meet what we kind of saw last year with the federal government. And those populations I'm speaking of would be like folks who receive enhanced STAR, or even folks that receive a senior tax exemption, which we can justify their salary income. If push came to shove and you weren't able to get a response, can we look, is the county looking to pivot to potentially those populations? Because I don't think anyone up here would argue that folks that are on enhanced STAR, which is a much lesser salary than folks that are on regular STAR, as well as a senior tax exemption, no one would argue direct payment assistance to them. Actually, I hope no one is arguing direct payment assistance to anyone. I think from that standpoint, we should be more assisting you in making sure that anyone that lives in this county is able to get some type of relief as pertains to the last 15 months. I respect the questions and the dialogue and the debate, and I think we have to do our due diligence as legislators, but I don't think, if I'm hearing everyone correctly, everyone is saying we want to support the county executive in this initiative in terms of getting direct payment assistance to everyone in this county. So I asked the question, and I'll go back to it again. Has the county looked at the potential opportunity in the event this does get stalled or you don't get the proper responses, and to address some of the concerns I think I heard from Legislator Ferretti and Legislator Rhodes, as pertains to other populations where we know the universe could be shrank to some degree, but at the same time, it would model kind of what the federal government did in terms of the income levels. Has the county looked at those particular opportunities and those demographics with enhanced STAR and the senior tax exemption?
Yeah, I just think it's just safe to say that we're looking at the universe of who will get the checks right now, and it's probably best if I don't talk about pivoting, because we're very much on the original plan and sorting that all through. But I appreciate your remarks about, I think we can all agree that there are many residents who deserve the assistance and that we should be working collaboratively to get it to them. So thank you.
Oh, okay. No, thank you. And I understand. I guess this question might have been asked already. When do you anticipate being able to get a response or be able to formalize a plan?
Formalizing the plan. I don't know what the time frame is. Hopefully as soon as possible.
Well, that's what
your
what
summer
I'm
meetings
at.
are a little bit up in the air. But
I hate the fact that you're caught and stuck in the bureaucracy of Washington, D.C. and the red tape that exists there. So from that standpoint, I want to be able to try to see how fast we can drive through that. I have constituents all throughout my district that would love to be able to get $375, and if there's anything my office can do to help make that process happen, then I'm open to doing it. I think we should take a more supportive role towards ensuring that the county actually gets the plan done. I'm not too caught up in when the county executive announced it versus when
it gets done.
All the questions. I mean, to me, the bottom line is we need to get this done, and how do we get it done? And I want to be able to extend my office as a support role for that.
Thank you, Minority Leader.
That being said, I just want to encourage all my colleagues today to vote through the $62.9 million. Based on the testimony from Mrs. Timmis and from Andy, it clearly, the legislative process would be that the Rules Committee would get another opportunity to vote on 60.4 of the 62.9, which, Andy, I'm still giving you time as a human math machine to be able to give me the percentage on that. But I would believe it's a very high percentage that would still come back to this body before one penny of that 60.4 is actually dispersed. So we have an opportunity today to do something that would send a strong message to the business community, to the community-based community, and to many other folks. We have an opportunity to send a very strong message that we got their back and we are supportive of them, rather than it get caught and murky into a potential table. Because then that shows that maybe we don't clearly know exactly how we want to deal with this and how we want to proceed. So I would encourage my colleagues to support that, based off the fact that 60.4 will come back and be presented to the Rules Committee at a later point before 1 penny of that 60.4 is dispersed. You have that percentage, Andy? I saw you calculating on your phone.
96%.
96%. Thank you very much.
Yeah,
Appreciate that.
I'm at the risk of, you've been extremely helpful, Minority Leader, and at the risk of disagreeing, I do think we are, earlier in my remarks, I mentioned that for some of the grants we are looking to expedite, and the process would look the same as other grants that the county does. I'm not an expert on that, but I do think there may be a difference between a grant and a contract. So some will come back to rules, and I'm not sure it's that full dollar figure that the budget director cited.
So, okay.
Yeah.
Could you get back to this body?
Yes.
Would you be able to get that number? I don't know if there's any more questions, Presiding Officer, but would you be able to get that percentage for us?
Yeah, well, we can get that for you.
Thank you.
How long would it take you to get that?
Again, like I said, I believe we're developing the process for an expedited grant program, but maybe Andy's right. So I don't want to stand in the way of this. I just wasn't. I hate to say we're 100%. It's almost 100% are coming back before you as contract amendments. I think that's what you're saying, and I'm not sure that's accurate, because I think we're looking at a way to expedite to existing county vendors funding, because this is again emergency funding.
The reason I brought it up is because I think that would allow this process to go forward, but at the same time, it would alleviate some of the concerns.
I understand. Yep.
Of
And it may
potentially
be
writing a
correct.
blank check.
Okay. Well, he seems sure. So.
Despite what Evelyn's saying, I think the process will be we'll contract with these grantor agencies that will distribute the funds. We will select a vendor from that, and they will be the ones who would be administering the funds. So that's
But we would
why
still approve that.
You
We
still
would still
have
approve that.
approval
So that-
on
that serves the same purpose.
95% of the money, because we don't do this stuff in house. We
That's-
don't have the
okay, so I'm still-
capabilities.
so I'm still comfortable with that percentage in terms of that's really what I'm driving at, is because when those contracts, whether it's with that grant particular entity that's going to disperse the grant money, we're still going to have to approve that particular contract, and he may have a contract that disperses that money to many others, smaller agencies, which is totally fine. But ultimately, we will have a bite at that apple to be able to approve those money.
You have to look at it another way, too. It's the way the structure of the county budget is done. We have only certain ways to put supplementals into certain, I'll use the term buckets again. How are we going to spend this money? I have to see what best fits this, and this is how it fits into that bucket, that category of how we're going to disperse funds. So,
I got you.
So it's because the way the budget's written, it's by department, by control center, then by department, and then it goes down to the object code level, which is how we disperse money here. So
I understand. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear on one of the specifics, one of the big specifics, the Boost Nassau program. In terms of the Main Street Small Business Grant Program and the Small Business Loan Program, both would come back to the legislature in the form of contracts. Is that what you're saying, Andy?
I'm saying the vendor that will be administering that program will come before this body.
All right, we are going to Legislator Rhodes.
And at that time, we would be able to ask questions regarding the grant program criteria.
I would say yes, but that's a programmatic thing.
We hadn't gotten that far, legislator, but that's the process you're looking for. Then.
Well, if I can ask, I mean, if the idea is to get immediate assistance.
I believe that the county executive's office was speaking, the county attorney's office and the Office of Procurement and consultants to try to come up with the most expeditious way of getting this funding in the hands of the qualified organizations that are going to run various programs for us.
Well, I was under the impression.
So I think, yeah.
I was under the impression that the Boost Nassau program was already providing grants.
But now we're changing the funding source to ARP. So it is up and running with CDBG-CV, and the decision was the issue that is under review was whether we can proceed with the same vendor with additional funding without coming back to the legislature? Could it be done as a grant? Would we need to amend the contract that they have with the Office of Community Development? I mean, these are all the in the weeds, but very important details that we've been working through for the last week since we, knew this money was coming and determined that this was something that the county executive and the Economic Advisory Council and everything else wanted to try to accomplish. I'm sorry if it's a little in the weeds, but this is where we're living right now, to make sure we do everything exactly right by county procedures, by ARP regulations. And so that question is one that is under review. For right now, this organization is managing what was the restaurant grant program, pivoted to a small business grant program using the same funding stream, and we just added to their current contract. It was a contract amendment, and we put a new funding source in. Now, if it's $10 million more, I personally, as the DCE over this subject matter, wanted to have a few checks on that to make sure it's done properly, whether we could either do it in the form of a grant directly to National Development Council, they are an eligible nonprofit, or do we need to do a contract that would then become before this legislature? So that's why I'm a little hesitant about what Andy is saying to you, because we've been looking at both of those options.
So we don't know whether it's coming back to us or not at this point.
Assuming that you wanted to, then we'll lean in that direction, at least on those two big programs, because I think this is that significant, the grant and the loan.
What's the time frame that we can expect that, if we were to approve this today, what's the time frame that we could expect money to actually get into the hands of businesses?
If it was a grant, if that's allowable under ARP regulations, county procurement, et cetera, that would move faster, obviously, because it wouldn't necessarily need to come back to the legislature. If we determine that it needs to come back to the legislature, that's going to add a month or so to putting the $10 million into these funds. It just is what it is. So everything has its trade-offs, as a relative of mine always says.
And just in terms of the grant program itself, are there any provisions within that grant program specifically for MWBE?
We absolutely, we didn't set aside MWBE funds, but we will absolutely make a push on MWBEs as we did with the restaurant grant.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We're going to take a break in caucus for a few moments, and we'll be back. Okay, we are back, and we've concluded the questioning, obviously, so I'm going to give legislators an opportunity to make any statements they want before we vote on this. Legislators? Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell.
Thank you. At the outset of this discussion, I said that I would like to table it pending the receipt of answers to the questions that we asked several weeks ago. We didn't get the answers. We didn't get the answers until now. We didn't get any answers today to the questions that we asked. Nonetheless, I am persuaded this time that we ought to vote to go ahead with this, relying on the good faith of the administration that these funds will be fairly distributed in each case, and that the wishes of all of the legislators will be considered in a fair way, and that there's not going to be any favoritism shown. However, I would lay down a marker. Going forward, we do need to have more transparency, much more transparency in terms of the future allocations of funds from this tranche of federal money, and certainly for those who will be here when the next tranche comes through. We need to take many things into consideration. This county has got a lot of fiscal problems. The fact that we have extra money now should not blind us to the fact that overall we've got an issue. And that issue is, among other things, is that we've got people who are running businesses, who own buildings, who run businesses, who are, for instance, who are waiting for years, in many cases, for tax cert money to come to them. That would help these businesses. Right in the middle of a pandemic or towards the end of the pandemic, they could use this money. At the same time, the county is paying 9%. 9%, that's crazy. You can't get 9% anywhere. 9% this is costing the county on this money. And we're not going ahead and paying for it. And that doesn't make any sense to me. I think that we need to be far more, and that's just one of the items for which we ought to be thinking about, using this money in a way that this is a unique opportunity. We need to use this money in a way that's going to help people, to be sure, but it's also going to help the county in the long run. Not only in the short run, not only tomorrow. It's very nice if we give people a few bucks, and certainly many people can use it. I don't deny that. But we need to do it in a smart way. We need to do it in a way that's going to help people not only today, but tomorrow. It's going to help us keep taxes down. It's going to help us pay back people to whom we owe money. And so, as I say, I will vote for this today, relying on the good faith of the administration, but laying down that marker that for going forward, we need to see more information, and we need to have better cooperation from the administration.
Legislator Ford.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I wholeheartedly agree with you, Legislator Coppell. And I am voting yes, but I am disappointed in the lack of answers to the questions raised by many in my caucus. This is an important initiative to help our businesses, veterans, and many others. We need to be assured that this is distributed fairly. These urgent votes on these monies has to stop. In all future spending, specifics must be brought forward, and questions, even those that are uncomfortable, must be answered. And I also, as we talk about this urgency and how we have to help our small businesses and we need to get this done, and I understand that. But I also echo the sentiments by Legislator Coppell that when we have businesses that are still waiting for their tax certs, their money, when they have successfully grieved their assessments and they are owed thousands, tens of thousands of dollars by this county, and they're not getting that funding, I think that that is a disgrace. You can't declare, like to say we want to help in this sense, but we're not going to help on that sense. I think it's about time that we start looking at all these issues and listening to all of us and our questions and our concerns of the many businesses and the many residents that we represent as well. And let's all start working together so that we can make sure that this county, succeeds and does well in the future years to come. Thank you.
And Legislator Ferretti.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I too will be voting in favor of this $62.9 million. But I just want to stress, the focus on this $100 million that was previously promised by the administration to residents in forms of direct cash payments. I was sitting in the back at the time, but I heard some members of the minority talk about the urgency of this vote today, the $62.9 million. I didn't hear much, though, about the urgency that residents are facing. There's plenty of residents, middle-class Nassau County residents, who maybe didn't qualify for some of the federal stimulus checks so far. I get plenty that come to me and say, I haven't received a dollar. Well, they were promised by this administration that they'd be receiving $375. And nothing that we've heard over the last 7 days, including the hearing a week ago, has convinced me that that's still the plan. And so I know in my district, you can count on one hand from what I know, how many residents would not have qualified for this direct cash payment. They were all promised by this administration that they'd be getting it. And, I think that we really need to see going forward a plan quickly as to what's going to be happening with that $100 million. Again, that's more than half of the money that's been given to Nassau County through this program, and it's just floating out there in the wind. Not only was this promised to residents, but this legislature was promised an answer after your meeting with the Treasury Department, which we have not received still. So please, if you can get those answers to us, and if it's not going to go the way the administration promised, whatever the alternative plan is, we certainly need to know what it is, and I would certainly hope that it's going to encompass the same residents that were promised this direct payment a month ago. Thank you.
Legislator Rhodes.
Yeah, I too am going to be reluctantly voting yes on the $62.9 million spending plan from the administration. But my concern is that sort of I expressed during my questioning is that it's really not a plan. I mean, and I've got to say the administration has really lowered the bar on transparency and on getting us information that we need in order to be able to make decisions that obviously have a significant impact on businesses and residents in our district. And we've been put in a difficult position because the last thing that we want to do is hold up getting relief to residents. But I wish the administration showed the same sense of urgency when essentially it took $78 million out of the hands of businesses and the mouths of residents out of the CARES Act funding that we received based on what ultimately was a misrepresentation about the county's budget status. And I know that we're taking the administration on faith, as Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell mentioned. But I have a hard time taking the administration on faith because when it comes to assessment, when it comes to CARES Act, when it comes to borrowing, when it comes to probably at least 24 other instances that I can point to over the course of the last 3.5 years, taking the administration on faith really hasn't turned out very well. But here we are doing this again because ultimately we want to get funds into the hands of residents, which has already been delayed as a result of the administration's handling of the CARES Act funding, which has already been delayed by almost 8 or 9 months. We don't want to be a source of further delay. But I fully expect that over the course of the next few weeks, as the administration figures out what its actual plan is, which we would have liked to have seen before our vote, we're going to hold their feet to the fire. The idea is to get this money into the hands of residents and businesses as quickly as possible, and groups as quickly as possible. And now that it's approved, pressure's on you to get it done. We've done, we're doing our part in allocating the funds. But it's up to you now to get your act together and come up with the details of this plan, because it's already been delayed far too long. This is not something that, this wasn't a surprise that we were receiving this money. And I don't know why in May, when we received it, why we waited till May to seemingly formulate what we've been presented. This is something that should have been the subject of months of discussion, and the fact that we're at the point where we are now with nothing but general ideas and platitudes is really a source of tremendous frustration. But I'm going to vote yes today because we want to do our part in trying to get the money out there as quickly as possible. But going forward, we've got to demand better, and the administration has to do better because it's just unacceptable.
Okay, just briefly, just to add to that. Obviously, there's a balance between the desire to get these monies to our small businesses and residents as quickly as possible after they've suffered so much in the pandemic. But that has to be balanced with doing our due diligence to make sure that things are being done properly, that there's authorization, that there's detail. And the most telling example of when somebody apparently didn't do that was the county executive who announced on May 17th that there was a plan to send direct payments to everyone who received STAR. And a month later, the administration is scrambling to get clarification that all STAR recipients could receive this. So again, you have to do your due diligence before you approve of these things. We need to make sure that those who suffered greatly, our residents, our economically disadvantaged residents, our middle class, receive payments. We have to make sure that our businesses, our veterans and seniors are supported, and we have to make sure that they have adequate support in this. We are confident by the fact that most of these, the vast majority of the spending will come back to us in the form of contracts. So I will support this as well. Anyone else? Oh, Legislator Walker.
Just another comment regarding the veterans. I just want to be sure that I know that Legislator Ford had asked about the various posts and so on and so forth, and you said hopefully that some of them, you try to make them be able to qualify and they could even come and sit and have a meeting or whatever. But to those other organizations, those nonprofit organizations that, that assist our veterans, as Legislator Gaylor said, many of those outside organizations, and when I say I'm guilty of it myself, I gave to many organizations that I found out after the fact that, a minuscule amount. If I gave $25, they were lucky that they got 50 cents. And I want to make sure that any of those organizations, the money is going to the veterans, or I'd rather just see it go to the veterans themselves in Nassau County, not be going to outside agencies. So I know you said that's something that you were going to check on, but I think that's very important to me.
And anyone else like to speak? All right, hearing none. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Carries unanimously. Item 7 is a vote on a proposed local law. It's a local law to amend Article 10 of the Nassau County Administrative Code to require written notifications to towns, villages, cities, and school districts of agreements proposed to be entered into by Nassau County for the operation of multi-unit shelters to be located within such jurisdictions. Motion by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Schaefer for this item. In response to questions that were raised by the minority about the definitions of the legislation, we have submitted an amendment to provide more detail and more description of exactly what this is intended to cover. And without going into too much detail, there's specific definitions which are taken from state law in terms of the shelters that will be affected by this. So I would need a motion to amend, for an amendment in the nature of a substitution. Moved by Legislator Rhodes, seconded by Legislator Ford. Anyone want to debate the definition section of this, or the amendment. Legislator Drucker.
I don't, thank you, Presiding Officer. I don't have a debate, but I was apprised by our legal staff that there might be a technical error in the language. Section 10, 1.1.1, it says that the last sentence, a commercial hotel or motel used as temporary placement pursuant to Section 352.3E of this title. I think it's supposed to refer to, not this title, but Title 18 of the New York Code regulations, rules and regulations. I don't know if that is something that warrants a correction that can be done immediately or whatever, but I think that's...
Well, that's what we're going to find out.
I was just informed.
It appears that an error was made, and we thank you for pointing that out. We obviously wouldn't want this to be adopted with an error, even though it's more of a typographical type of error, but we want it to be as clean as possible.
I'm good, but I'm not that good. You can blame our minority counsel for that.
Kleins? All right, so I need a motion to table. Moved by Legislator Walker, seconded by Legislator Drucker. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? It's tabled. Okay, we have one item left, which is item 24. A resolution authorizing the county executive to execute an agreement with American Traffic Solutions, Inc., DBA Vera Mobility, and 2 agreements with school districts in relation to the county's bus stop arm photo enforcement program. Moved by Deputy Presiding Officer Coppell, seconded by Minority Leader Abrahams. Do we have someone from the administration to speak on this? And I believe we're going to need the IG as well, yeah.
I'm here, Presiding Officer.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
All right, Dan Gregware, Deputy County Attorney. Today we're asking the legislature to authorize the county executive to enter into a contract with Vera Mobility to install, operate, and maintain a school bus photo violation monitoring system on school buses owned, operated by, or under contract with school districts located within the county as part of the county's Stop Arm program. And we're also requesting the legislature to authorize the county executive to enter into participation agreements with school districts located within the county who wish to participate in the Stop Arm program. Any questions?
Okay. Yes. We have a report from the IG. I'd like to maybe ask Jody to comment on the findings of her review of this matter.
Yes, thank you, Presiding Officer. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Jody Franzese, Office of the Inspector General. I'm here with Deputy Inspector General Ned Schwartz. As you all know, our office conducted a review of the documents in the legislative package, including the adverse information that was disclosed by the vendor in its disclosure forms, specifically the information regarding investigations of this vendor by other municipalities. During our review, we spoke with the inspectors general from the city of Chicago and the city of New York to obtain as much information as we could so that we could share that with this body. At this point, I'm just going to hand it over to Ned Schwartz because he has been working very hard on this.
Good afternoon. This is Ned Schwartz at BIG. Presently, the vendor is under an independent monitor agreement with New York City in connection with a number of traffic cameras, pole-mounted traffic cameras that were installed by one of its wholly owned subsidiaries. Long story short, the issues came to light about improper installation of some of these cameras. An initial sampling of 12 locations revealed that 12 of the 12 were not done correctly. Subsequently, the vendor engaged an engineering firm to do a broader check, and it was discovered that of 749 cameras, camera poles checked, inspected, 485, which is just under 65%, were done improperly. We understand that the vendor started remediation work. Subsequent to that, in March of this year, the vendor and the city of New York entered into a monitorship agreement whereby the vendor's remediation work as well as its future installation work were going to be overseen by an independent engineering monitor. That is ongoing. We understand that the vendor has been in compliance thus far with the monitorship agreement. We would note that per the terms of the agreement, the monitor is required to provide oversight for 25% of the remediation and 25% of the new installation work. We are in contact with the Chicago IG. Some of the information is confidential. We also understand that the vendor has indicated that it would share with you the agreement it reached with the city of Chicago, but only if you could somehow ensure the confidentiality of that agreement. It is a matter of public record that the city of Chicago, OIG, did conduct an investigation pertaining to the vendor's attribution of an endorsement by a Chicago city official, which was not something that it should have done. The vendor was provided with a copy of the Chicago IG's report, did not agree with apparently everything that it said. The city and the vendor entered into a 2-year administrative oversight agreement, which is essentially an agreement not to do anything wrong for those 2 years. And that would be essentially a deferred debarment situation. The vendor successfully completed the 2-year period with no adverse activities, and so that agreement is now expired. Can we answer any questions?
Any questions for the IG's office? Yes, let's
Presiding officer, I have a question for the administration,
Yes.
not necessarily
That was
the
nice.
IG. Perhaps Mr. Cleary can step up, or, yep.
Just got to get the hit the red button.
Robert Cleary, Chief Procurement and Compliance Officer.
Well, first, I do have a question of the IG's office, though. Are you committed to implementing the monitoring program or a monitoring situation if this contract is approved?
Legislator Drucker, hi. We, after we had our findings, we briefed both the majority and the minority counsel's office, but we also briefed the administration and indicated that, in our view, a heightened level of scrutiny with respect to this contract may be a good idea for the county. And during the discussion, it was my understanding that the administration was not dismissing that out of hand, that perhaps heightened scrutiny may be a good idea.
Okay, so then I have a question for Mr. Cleary. If that is in fact what's going to go forward, how do you plan on implementing that? Will it be part of the contract? Will it be memorialized in the contract?
Okay. We agree that some additional scrutiny, given the history of the vendor, is warranted. The issues that occurred on the previous contracts are not exactly equivalent to the services that are going to be performed here, but nevertheless, there's enough of a history there for us to take note and take some action on that. This is a little bit different, so there's, I think, a number of steps that can be taken and will be taken with respect to this contract that will add additional scrutiny relative to other contracts. The first thing is that every school bus in New York State is inspected by New York State DOT every 6 months, including the equipment that this vendor would be installing and using on these buses. They have already worked with this vendor first for busing in Broome County. They did have some issues with the initial installation. They have dictated they have an 11-page guide that describes exactly how the equipment needs to be installed. That is the guide that the company will use on all buses in the state, including ours. So there is already inspection on every single bus. Now, it may not happen at the time of the installation, but it will happen within 6 months. And the entire fleet is constantly being produced for inspections to the state. So that provides an additional level of scrutiny that would not normally be available on other contracts. Now, this contract does not involve installing fixtures such as the poles that were installed in New York City that resulted in that particular monitorship. We did speak to the vendor about that monitorship. They are not recommending using that monitorship in this county. We don't necessarily need that particular degree of scrutiny. On the other hand, we can say that our county has been working with this vendor, including installing fixtures for about a decade, since 2009, I believe. And my understanding is that our Department of Public Works has worked very closely in inspecting those installations. So we have a relationship in that regard. The remaining elements of the contract are the services provided and the revenue process. Now, the TIPFA will be reviewing all of the money before the vendor is paid. So there's an additional protection in that regard, because there's no money going to the vendor until we've reviewed everything thoroughly to ensure that every single amount that's paid to them is correct. And I think Dave can speak to that more thoroughly. Any other elements of the scrutiny of the contract that we want to talk about? We'll be working with the press office on the public notice, and we'll be working with DPW on the signage. Right. So, again, 2 different OIG reports from 2 different offices, 2 different cities. There are obviously concerns. On the other hand, in both cases, the vendor, once put on notice, has performed acceptably. We have an existing relationship with the vendor. We believe that they are put on notice now, and we are going to be scrutinizing this as we go forward. And I think that the department would be willing to report periodically, and I would be willing to report as necessary regarding any findings about the vendor during the course of the contract.
So is this type of what you now call this type of scrutiny, is that satisfactory to the IG's office based on what their findings have been? Is this satisfactory to the IG's office? Doesn't sound like there's a great deal of scrutiny that's going to be implemented by the county.
Legislator Rucker, hi. I have to say that from our discussions with the city of Chicago and the city of New York, it does seem clear that the vendor, once it is overseen by a little extra level scrutiny, they do seem to comply. And the city of New York's interaction with them was positive in the sense that they complied with the agreement. They did what they had to do. And same with the city of Chicago as well. They got through the 2 years of administrative oversight without any issues. I have no reason to doubt that the administration and Mr. Cleary specifically, I have no reason to doubt that he will not stay on top of this. So I'm not certain that I'm concerned, but I do believe that this is something that is manageable by the county.
Well, that's good, because, listen, I want to commend the IG's office for uncovering and, doing the proper vetting, because that's what you were entrusted to do, and we as a legislative body have to protect our residents, so I'm appreciative of that. But at the same time, I don't want to see this contract delayed. As long as there's proper scrutiny, I'm okay with it, because this is this legislation it will save lives, and it's designed to protect the safety of children and families. And I know Legislator Bino and myself have worked very hard to get this legislation passed. It's that important, and to have it slowed down now would be disastrous. We want to see it passed and implemented so that at the start of the school year in September, we can assure the residents in our districts, our respective districts, that their children and themselves are safe. So again, we have an obligation as legislators to protect our residents and provide the necessary oversight to all our contracts. So I just want to make sure that the IG's office is happy and that the proper monitoring is sufficient to oversee this. So okay, I'm okay with that.
Okay. I mean, here's my concern with what you just said. There's a lot of words, but it seems like what you're saying is we're going to do everything that we were going to do beforehand. So we're simply going to do the same thing. So I don't see where anything you've said is going to provide an additional level of scrutiny of their activity. You're simply going to do what you do with other contracts. I mean, that's basically what you told us.
Well, I think that this contract, because of its very nature, has additional scrutiny already built into it through the form of New York State looking at every single bus every 6 months. That doesn't come with any of our other contracts, almost, right? So you already have a physical inspection of the equipment to make sure that it's installed properly, to make sure that it's working properly, and it's on a regular basis. And we're going to be in touch with the state regarding any deficiencies in that regard, right? So I don't think you can say there isn't any additional scrutiny than what we would normally do on another contract. Yes, it's what we would do on this contract, but that is an additional level of scrutiny. So I don't really agree with that.
If I made that reference and then that was not correct. But it seems as if, again, with this extra state scrutiny, the scrutiny they're going to get is exactly the same they were going to get before the IG's report. So I mean,
we're not starting.
What level of comfort do we have then that they're getting the scrutiny that they should get, the additional scrutiny?
Well, we've already had this discussion with the vendor. They understand that we're going to be monitoring this performance more closely than we would on other contracts. We've offered to report back however often you would want us to ensure that. If, in fact, there is a reason to institute a monitorship, then certainly we will insist on that. If there's a failure in the performance, if there's a failure in meeting those obligations. One of the other recommendations that wasn't spoken to here from the Inspector General's office was having a checklist of deliverables, and TIPFA will be putting that together and using that scrupulously on this particular contract. And again, I think that they have not had any indication of financial or performance problems other than those that were described. Those particular problems do not relate to this particular contract, but because of all of that's been found, all that's been discussed, the fact that they are operating under a monitorship in New York City, we're on notice that we need to make sure that we look at this more closely than other contracts. Now, we do have an ongoing relationship with the vendor, so we don't expect any problems. And again, these services are materially different than those that they had problems with. We've actually had some of those services and had not had a problem. So I agree with you that this is largely the same implementation process that we would use, but we don't have this conversation with everyone here about other contracts. We don't have this conversation with the vendor themselves. We've already discussed the possibility of having a monitorship, and if we find that it's necessary, we will go in that direction and make sure that that happens if it's warranted.
Have you checked into this administrative oversight agreement that they apparently have with the city of Chicago? It seems like additional scrutiny, but not to the extent of a monitor. Have you considered that? Have you raised that possibility with the vendor?
I haven't spoken to them about that, but we can certainly do that. I mean that was an internal Chicago process. We don't have quite the same process, but it doesn't mean that we couldn't also take that as an additional interim step. Absolutely, and I think the vendor would agree to something along those lines.
Legislator Walker, did you have a question?
I just agree with the presiding officer, and who would we even have in the county that was able to, make sure that this, because one of the problems was with the way things were wired or something like that. We have somebody who was able to do that?
Well, as I said, the work is being inspected by the state. They're really, I think, the subject matter experts in this regard. We'll have a functional familiarity with the use and installation of the equipment, but we are relying on the state in that regard. The state has already worked very closely with this vendor, and the vendor understands what the state's obligations are, and so that gives us some reason to believe that we're in better hands in that regard than we would be otherwise.
I mean, like I said, I'm very much in favor of this legislation. I hear constantly from my residents regarding this issue, but I guess a part of me doesn't see that we, as a county, are really going to have much more scrutiny than, as our presiding officer said, than what's already being done by, by the state, and the vendor hopefully learned its lesson and is doing the right thing.
Well, I'm certainly going to be working closely with Dave on this contract, with TIPFA on this contract. So I personally am going to have more scrutiny on this contract than I would on almost any other contract because of the way this is started and the nature of it and who's impacted by it. So, I personally know that I'm going to be looking at it a lot more closely than I would in some other contracts. And we will discuss with the vendor the interim suggested level of scrutiny. I will say that, and I'll report back on that if that's what's desired.
Good afternoon. Well, the contract is one thing, but I think that some of the issues raised had to do with the installation, right? And I guess Rose was even talking about the wiring of some of this equipment, that they didn't do it properly in New York City or Chicago. Or did I miss something here?
Well, that was the wiring in the New York City Post. I should point out that the issues in New York City were raised by the vendor, brought to the city's attention, which is a good sign. It's not good that what happened, but right. At least that when they found the problem, they did come forward and admit it.
But I would think, though, that, I know the state will do their duty, they're investigating all this and doing their inspections. But I think with something like this that's so important to us, because we want to make sure that this program, I support it, and I want to make sure that it's working properly, for the benefit, especially of our students, the kids on the buses and stuff like that. That, I mean, if we rely just upon the state to do all the inspections, I think that it would behoove us to try to get somebody within the county to have some knowledge, working knowledge of how these school bus arms operate, and to make sure that we ourselves can do our own inspections at times to make sure things are installed properly and working properly instead of always waiting for the state. Is there any way of like achieving that?
I think we'll have to talk to the state about that. Perhaps we can, I don't know if we can coordinate with them locally to have somebody demonstrate what they're looking for, so that we can have some internal capacity. That's a fair point.
Yeah. I mean, to rely upon the state is crazy. This is, because it's very important. We've been waiting a long time for this, so I thank you.
I'm sure that we'll have the ability, along with the bus fleet, operators, to be able to test the equipment ourselves to ensure that it's working, functioning properly, and at least some of the installation you might be able to inspect. But we're not the subject matter experts, as I said, so we would need some guidance in that regard.
Right, because like if somebody then gets a ticket and they want to go to court to say that it was they got it incorrectly. I mean, who does the inspection on the school bus that created the ticket? I mean, who goes out does that to verify that that is working properly and that that person wasn't ticketed incorrectly?
As I said, the fleet operators are presumably inspecting their buses every day before they go out. I would have to believe that was the case.
So they probably would need to be sort of trained or brought up to speed to understand how this equipment works and how it's installed, correct?
Yeah, there does have to be a basic functional knowledge of the equipment and the operations. Absolutely.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Legislator DeRiggi Whitten, and then Legislator Gaylord.
Okay. Do we know that if the state actually looks at the speed cameras as part of their inspection?
Yes, I've been told that by the supervisor of the office.
Okay. And they look at it for working and accuracy and everything else, the state?
They inspect that it's been installed properly and operating properly.
Okay. Because we were just discussing it with council, and I think we're in an opportunity where we could require ATS to hire an independent monitor to do spot checks or somehow, keep an eye on it. Why don't we require that as terms of this contract?
Well, we can have that discussion with them again.
Well, I don't know. Maybe we should do it as part of this I know we have to amend the contract, but before I don't want to delay it either, but on the other hand, I think we should put something in that says that we're requiring them, ATS, to take, they have this record, they're the ones who have the obligation to hire a subcontractor to do periodic checks and report to the county.
Well, as I said, we did have that discussion about Sam Short's engineering. At the time, they were resistant to that, and they did point out that New York State is looking at every one of these buses. As far as the installation operation, I think that is a significant degree of scrutiny that we don't, as I said, usually have on these contracts. If we find that there's other performance problems or that there are even issues in that regard, then it certainly would be warranted to continue with services.
And I think we should take the proactive road with this and just demand that they agree to hiring at least for a year or so, whatever time you feel comfortable. Because, they're coming to us with a little bit of a botched record, and we're giving them the benefit of the doubt, which, I think it's okay. I think it's understandable that the county wants to move forward with this, but I also think it's not out of the realm of reality to tell them that they have to hire an independent contractor to report to us.
All right. Well, I will say again, we have a 10-year relationship with the vendor with acceptable performance. The issue in New York City, they allowed to occur, but they did raise it, and they are correcting it, obviously. And the issue in Chicago was presumably not something that's going to happen here. We'll have to watch for that. And obviously not the primary work of the contract. So this is not a situation that is as clear-cut as some other contracts where we have mandated the hiring of an integrity monitor, right? There are I think the reason that the Inspector General, if I may put words in their mouth, perhaps. I think the reason the Inspector General's office is suggesting additional scrutiny is because there's a recognition that we're not saying there's an integrity problem here that clearly needs a monitor to be able to do business with them. I mean, right now we're already doing business with them, right? So, you know, I think it's something that does warrant additional scrutiny, does warrant a heightened level of awareness of what they're doing and making sure that they're actually checking every box in the deliverables, right? I haven't come to the conclusion that an integrity monitor is the right course at this time for this contract.
Yeah, more of an engineering. It's not that we're questioning them abiding by the contract. We're questioning their actual ability to do the work correctly. So it would be more of an engineering expert that would come in and do a report. And I don't think it would even be that costly. It doesn't have to be, even if it's not every bus, I think we should have, you know, do our due diligence and take a certain percentage of the buses every 6 months and really have somebody look at them.
Yeah, it was just suggested I point out that the subsidiary that did the work in New York City is not going to be doing work on this contract, so we don't have that concern. As far as the technical, again, the technical review of the installation, New York State is doing that, and even if they're not doing every single bus before it goes on the road, they are going to be doing these on a regular basis, and they're going to see if there's an issue, right? They're going to identify that pretty quickly. We could have, it's not like it's out of the question to have a separate private vendor inspect the work as well, but I don't think that's really where our concerns are likely to form in this particular contract. They've done other work for us, and it's been considered to be acceptable, good work. So, you know, I think that the remedy that you're suggesting is perhaps not the ideal way to address the concerns that we have. I think that the concerns that we have need to be addressed by rigorously enforcing the terms of the contract and by documenting that and by ensuring that every other element of the contract works well as coordinating with New York State to make sure that the equipment is installed and operating correctly.
I guess our level of comfort is a little different, but I just think when something, you know, is brought to our attention as a potential problem, it's an important contract for us because we all want to do the right thing for the safety of the kids. I don't want to see something go wrong that would in any way hamper this program. And I don't think it would be, it's not like we're not asking them to spend a ton of money, and we're not asking for a huge amount of inconvenience of their time or the buses. I just think it kind of sends a message that if you want to do business in Nassau County and we have questions, we're going to come down on you, and you're the one who's going to have to pay for it. And I think that's how we should approach it. They should pay for it. This shouldn't be a county expense to hire an engineer. I think it should be this company. I don't know if we can amend a contract at this point, but I like that idea because I think, again, it sends a message to companies.
Legislator Gaylor, did you want to add anything?
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Just a couple quick questions. So is this the same vendor that Suffolk currently uses?
No, it's not.
Thank you, Mr. Rich. Second, how will we know if there's a failure?
For the most part, is if we don't retrieve any images or events captured for the day, then we would know that the camera was offline.
Okay, very good. Very good. I'm going to come back to that in a sec. What does the state inspect every 6 months? Is it a vehicle inspection akin to the annual inspection a personal motor vehicle gets, or will it include inspection of these cameras now? And are we for sure that the state is inspecting the cameras, videos, the mounting, the wiring, the components? There's a proper image? Do we know for a fact?
Well, as I said, I spoke to the supervisor of the unit today, and he assured me, yes, that they do inspect every one of these cameras when the bus comes in as part of the inspection, including the operation of the equipment, making sure that it's installed properly according to the guidelines. Again, they did have to come up with an 11-page direction to the vendor of how to install these things properly. So it's very clear what they've told the vendor what to do. The vendor understands that, and it's very clear what they're going to find acceptable and what they're not going to find acceptable.
Okay, got it. Thank you. And coming back, Mr. Rich, to knowing if there's a failure. So I get a ticket, okay? School bus. I go to court. How are we going to prove the case? Is there a daily calibration check? Is there an affidavit from the vendor on a daily basis for every ticket, or how are we going to do it? Is it similar to the red light cameras, or is it a different kind of process? Can you just walk me through that real quick so I feel comfortable?
I would actually have to check, because on the red light camera, basically, we know that there's a system startup and check, and it does a self-diagnosis. If it goes offline, automatically alerts the vendor. I have not gotten into the details, unfortunately, with the school bus stop arm on how that's done and how the system starts up, so I would have to get back to you on that information. It's not similar to the school speed zone camera, where there's an affidavit by the deployment, who installed it, if it was a mobile unit, whether it was deployed correctly. So we're not at that level, and I don't see any requirement for that type of information, but I will get back to you on what we use or what the vendor would use for to ensure that the system is currently operating. I know that they use the same type of cell service, so they'll be able to tell if it goes offline. And as far as the bus operator driver, if they see something visibly, they'll report it immediately, and we'll know that something is wrong with the camera. But if there's nothing visibly, negatively that you could see that the system's offline, we would have to refer to or rely on the systems themselves to tell us that the camera's offline.
So will you have a sufficient evidentiary basis to prosecute somebody who gets a violation and wants to challenge it?
My goal is yes. I'll have to look into that for you.
Okay. If you would, please. I mean, I know we have the probationary period, we'll call it, so we have some time, but if you could, just let us know. Appreciate it. Thank you, gentlemen, ladies.
Anyone else? Legislator Drucker.
Just a real quick question. Thank you, Presiding Officer. Mr. Cleary, would you be able to commit to, as a way of satisfying the concerns raised here, would you be able to commit to doing like a 6-month or 1-year performance evaluation to see how it's going? And this way we don't have to amend the contract, just the administration just do an internal performance evaluation every 6 months or every year?
Yes, I believe we could accommodate that.
And this way we wouldn't have to amend the
I
contract.
think it makes sense to do anyway under the circumstances. Yeah.
So, okay, I'm okay.
All right. Legislator Birnbaum.
Well, in accordance to that, when we're giving the 60-day preliminary sort of trial period, could we also find out how it's working? You would have that information, how many tickets have been, violations have been noted. Wouldn't we get an early signal at the beginning even?
Yes, we could report back after
So
the
if you could
60-day
give us a
period.
report after 60 days when each school system, enacts this, then we could see how it's playing out. And then get another report maybe 6 months or a year later.
Sure.
All right. I share the concerns Legislator Reggie Whitten has. However, I would like to see something perhaps short of amending the contract. My suggestion is that we table this for today. I'll recess the meeting. We'll come back in 2 weeks for the committees and take it up at that time. This way, Mr. Cleary, gives you time to, we had just gotten the IG's report. Gives you time to speak to the vendor and maybe develop a plan that could to satisfy all of our concerns.
Understood.
So it'll be 2 weeks. We have our committees on July 12th. I'll recess today. We'll just bring this contract back up. Okay. Motion to table. Who was that? Legislator Rhodes makes a motion to table. Seconded by Legislator Reggie Whitten. All in favor of tabling signify by saying aye. 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 Those opposed? How many nays are there? I heard Arnie's voice. Come on. Arnie, just Arnie? Okay. All right, so it's passes by a vote of 17-1, the motion to table. I'm going to put this meeting into recess, and we will be calling it again in 2 weeks. Thank you.
you.